Hello, hi, hello everybody. Welcome in. My hair is still a little wet, but that's fine. Holy smokes, 185 stream streak. That is like, realistically, that's probably my last 2 years of streaming. Hi everybody. Hi everybody. Hi everybody. Who got first? Tori got first, Nikki got second, then we've got DJ, and then we've got Wolfie. We've got Oni. How's everybody doing? Hi, Nikki. Tori on a 40 stream streaker. Wolfie on a 185 stream streaker. That's insane, guys. You can't make. Did I get you the sick? Oh no, did I get you the sick? Did you see? Gigi got me sick, and then I got you sick. Alright, there we go. It's a little bit more manageable. Alright, guys, at 8 o'clock, I have to go down and I have to check my laundry. Technically like 8:30, but Alexa, set a timer for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully Gigi's not like waiting for me. Okay. I am ready. Do that.
Hello?
Hello? I think
Hello?
Gigi is calling you. I know. I was like, let's see if Gigi's waiting for me. And then as soon as, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hello?
Hello?
Where the fuck is Astarion? He's not at camp.
What? What? How do you play this game?
Oh yeah, it's been like a month for you. Do you even know what you're doing?
Did I know what I was doing before?
I mean, like, kind of.
The answer is making bad decisions. Oh, I remember to. No, I didn't.
Because Karlek, Astarion wasn't with me, so Karlek might not be with you.
Time to
Carla, where are you at?
Click on her and see where she is.
Excuse me. Oh, she didn't make it back to camp.
Yeah, Astarion didn't either.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It's probably from when we were taking pictures.
True.
True.
True. Romancing Astarion for the 635. What are you talking about? I've never met this man.
Wow,
Who are you talking about?
Wow.
Who? Who is Astarion? I don't know who this is.
Have to talk to
I've only
me.
missed a few that I know of, but I've ruined her streak every time. Aww. Well, yeah. Can't miss any. That ruins the streak. When I was putting the cart away, I suddenly felt like I might pass out. Sat down my cart, turned the AC on. The AC and sitting down revived me, but the truth,
Oh my.
Oof. That's insane, Wolfie. That's scary.
I broke everything. I just tried to pick up Sophie, and then I broke my headphones. Hold on.
Oh no.
Everything's bad.
Oni on a 70 streaker.
Hold on. Everything's bad.
I did.
Hold on.
Wolfie, I did.
Oh my gosh.
Very funny.
This is what I get for having a cat.
So in other news, we just finished season 2 of Stranger Things today.
We did.
Mhm.
Like 15 minutes ago.
Like literally like 20 minutes ago. Worked out perfectly.
we were like, we're gonna do one more, and then we'll have so much time to get ready for stream. And we got done with episode 8. We were like, we can do it. We can
do
fit
it.
one more.
We can squeeze one
We can
more.
do it.
If we skip the credits and we skip everything.
We skip the credits. We skipped the intro.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh. Oh, hold on. I have a cat.
So much
who's
adulting.
being menaced.
Fix your break, went to the eye doctor. Treated yourself fixing your break with a book. Or 7 and then bought prime rib. Oh my gosh.
Holy shit.
Hi, Zara.
There's a okay kid. Ow, Sophie. Oh my gosh. Life
like
is somewhat better this evening.
King.
Good. Kitty, yeah, Sophie's here. Sophie, the void has come to see everyone. What are you doing with your leg?
Reminds you need to spam a friend. about some arcane stuff.
Are you gonna throw spam at your friend?
That's at least take it out of the can.
Yeah, make sure you take it out of the cat first. Kitten, Sophie. Yeah, Sophie is here. The void has come to say hello. Spam Misubi. Ooh, yum. Don't throw that at people either. That's too delicious.
I have to get my steak. I mean, did I take out a loan to get a good steak? Not sure how I missed out on joining the Stranger Thing. I think you were with Joe when we started, honestly.
Yeah, it was Thursday? Was it last Thursday?
Last Thursday.
No, it was a week ago.
Yeah.
Not this most recent Thursday, but the Thursday before. We watched like 4 episodes, and then Wednesday we watched the rest of season 1, and then Thursday we watched the first half of season. We watched 6 episodes on Thursday.
We did.
That
Because
was
Driver
so
didn't have
many.
to go to bed early. Driver's
Driver's
usually the
like,
one that holds us back.
Yeah. Driver was like, there's not that many people in the office on Fridays. I could stay up late. Late was like 10 o'clock. And then today we finished season 2.
Mm. Yeah, it was the day, Andy, that I said, hey, does anyone want to hang out in a voice chat? I'm going to throw Stranger Things up.
Yeah. And then she did, and
then
Driver and I were both like, ooh.
Well, first Gigi was being Gigi about it, and she's like, I don't know, I'm not going to pay attention. I'm editing videos, but I'll like put it on in the background. And then halfway into episode 1, she's like, ooh, what's this?
I had seen the first 3 episodes.
I know. It was just funny the way you were like, I'm just going to, I'm editing. I'll throw it on in the background.
I won't even pay attention.
I'm not even going to pay attention. I'm editing.
It's too popular. I can't possibly. I couldn't possibly watch this.
Yeah.
Sophie, would you like me to put you down? Nope. Okay. Well, this cat. Can I put you down now? Ow, ow, ow. That's my hair. Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ.
So it looks like we rested. It looks like.
I think so, yeah. Look, do you have all your shit?
Yeah. To finish the final season, just do it. Just do it. There's those couple badass parts of the last 2 episodes.
I'm gonna talk to Scratch.
Do you have Speak with Animals yet?
No.
Can I cast it on you?
Yes.
No, I can't. Come here.
Wait, do you
have a potion?
Maybe. I don't remember what it looks like.
Where's Ellie? She is Smelly. Hi. Say hi to everybody. Smelly.
Smelly Ellie.
Smelly Ellie. Hi, honey.
What does it look like? Poison resistance, the butt plug.
It's green. It's green. It's green and it's got a big bulbous bottom.
Bulbous bottom.
Bulbous bottom.
Macadamia.
I don't see it on your hotbar unless you have more. No, I don't see it on your hotbar.
Rude. What's this?
Have you been giving them to anybody? Like, have you been giving them to anybody else?
It's pretty,
no.
bitch.
Visit. Wait.
No, my thing changed, right? Okay. I was like nervous. I was like, I need to see. I would like to see the baby. Where is he?
Do you?
Hi, Brett.
For the 2 of us.
Okay, what am I looking for? Oh,
Yes, darling.
Scratch has something to say. I know. I'm trying to get animal.
I know. She's
Speak with
trying to
animals.
speak with animals. I don't think. Hold on. Let me make sure that I'm not being an asshole. I don't have any. I shouldn't.
And
though.
How do you get to the
don't-
crafting screen?
Okay.
Okay. Can I make a potion? No.
Potion of animal speak. We need acorn truffle.
I can craft 3 potions of animal speaking.
Oh my gosh, you can speak 3 animal moles.
3 times. Yeah. 3 ambimoles.
Ambimoles.
Ambimoles. Okay, okay. So now if I drink it, where did it go? Nope, 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 nope. I just made 3 of them.
Maybe
Where the
let's-
fuck?
Oh, maybe.
Am I?
Are you stupid?
3?
Probably not.
There it is. Speak with animals, baby. Scratch. Buddy.
The dog is unable
I think
to
you are
speak
right.
through the small bag.
But
There is. I don't remember who has it. What you got there, Scratch?
yeah, somebody has it.
Hey. You thought of me.
What was
Pet
it?
him. I don't know.
You don't even know it was?
Did it say what it was? I wasn't paying attention.
Wait, didn't I
Cat.
give you this? Oh, no.
you?
I think you gave it back to me. This is the when the wearer is obscured in shadow, their spells gain a +1 to spell save DC, but it's not really fine. Not really good for you. Starian, maybe.
No.
Well, there is the
Yeah, I don't
Speak
have
with the Dead one that I have that you get in the place where
What'd I
Withers
get?
is. But I think you are right. I think there is a relatively early Speak with animals. I want to start
There is
Blueprints. I bought it too because it was under $20, which was my one
It's
thing.
very good. I need to get back to it. I got distracted by Ghost of Yotei. I got pretty far. Well, I got like 40 something days in. I need to get back to it. Oh, let me actually, can I empty some shit? A new notebook. I just use, so I don't use a physical notebook. I use Obsidian, which
No,
is
this
a
is the
note-taking
scroll.
app.
Oh, do we have
And
to
it's
scroll? Can
so
you
good.
learn? Can you learn spells? Like, can you learn spells?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, maybe I have a couple of spells, but I feel like it's like class specific. I don't think I can learn spells outside of what's in my class. I could be wrong. I'm
I
just- I'm
don't
mostly
have a
thinking
scroll of Speak with Animals, so.
Let me just move everything.
So that doesn't matter anyway. I don't have a scroll for it. But I was going to say, that would be really cool if you could learn it.
Yeah. Alas, though.
But alas. Oh, you can't use any magic.
Mm-mm.
Claribsker swept at the Game Awards, I guess. Oh my gosh. I got into a semi,
did.
like, not argument, but just like I said one comment on a Twitter post.
Ooh,
And
don't do that.
people fucking, went crazy. So do you guys remember, and Gigi, this is not a spoiler because it has absolutely nothing to do with the game. It's a side mini game, has nothing to do with the game. But do you guys remember the part with the logs? And I was like really frustrated. And I had the logs. You need to jump, you need to climb, and it was like all the stuff. It was like the parkour mini game. So somebody posted that and was like, how the fuck does this win art direction? Like, this is some Unreal Engine trash. And I was like, and so somebody retweeted that and was like, like the art style like looks like a painting, blah blah blah. And so a whole bunch of people were like, we're attacking this guy. And all I said was, I was like, this is an unrelated mini game in an area that's like not part of the game. Like, it's literally like a loadable area, separate mini game thing. I was like, the game literally is a painting. Like, that is the plot of the game, literally. Painting. Like, that's the plot of the game. And somebody was like, who's painting? This doesn't look like a painting. This is some Unreal Engine bullshit. And I'm just like, I had to literally mute it because people are still coming at me and they're like, show me where this looks like a painting. And I'm like, no. You just want to fucking fight. You just want to fucking fight.
Oh, I've got a scroll of invisibility if you want to take that.
Invisibility.
Invisibility. Indivisibility.
And then somebody else like commented you know, because I'm now all my shit's blowing up and people are like, oh, trash, but you're dumb, you know, whatever. And so somebody was like, you realize like not every painting is like Van Gogh and like Da Vinci and stuff, right? Like you know that there's different types of paintings. So like
different styles.
there's different like
kinds.
this could like you know, like it's not all like classical painting.
People be dumb.
I know, it's so
They just want to fight. That's it.
Show me where this is a painting. Well, that part's not. That part's a video game.
Uh,
All right, are we ready?
yeah.
Okay,
Where we
so
going?
we have to look at our journal again, remember? Don't sigh at me, little miss thing. Holy
Wow.
shit.
Wow. I don't remember what we were doing.
I remember what we were doing.
You remember what we were doing?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We did so many things. We're in the Underdark.
You
That's
can
right.
click the
We
hide
set
completed
the
at the top. Yeah,
man-
okay, you did. Okay.
Yeah. We set the man on fire a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little. Accidentally.
Yeah.
We had to do the thing with the wood.
Yep, which we did. Now you have that dagger, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Definitely use that dagger like reactionary if you possibly can. Like I said, it silences
Yeah.
people.
I currently can't with the weapon that I have.
Oh my gosh.
I know, it's not my fault. I don't know why she feels the need to use this fucking sword two-handed. It's not my fault. Okay. Deliver Nir's head.
Uh-huh.
The adamantine forg. Because we're in the Underdark right now, right?
Correct. You just
Yeah.
left Moonrise.
So
Moonrise is one of my favorite parts of the game, honestly.
Is that kind of what we're doing then?
No. We're still in the Underdark. Moonrise is our.
No. I was talking about Underdark.
Yes.
Sorry.
But just to kind of summarize, we're passing through the Underdark to make our way to Moonrise Towers. So like Moonrise is our destination, but like we still have plenty to do down here along the way.
Gotta go through the Underdark. Do. Moonrise Towers. The Underdark. Oh, sorry, Sophie. She doesn't like when I sing. And now I wonder if I could fall. So we're Sophie into the sky. Are you gonna attack me? Oh. She gets overstimulated when I sing. And then she like bites me.
So you know those
She tries to
trading cards that you can get on Steam?
Uh-huh.
You know you can like put those up on the market for like real life money and stuff, right? So I do that for like all my duplicates, and I just like let my wallet like accumulate. I've got like $5 in there now, just like selling all of my duplicates. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If I could fall into the sky.
All right, so where would you like to go?
Pass me by.
Bye.
'Cause you know I walk 1,000 miles. Sorry, I was singing to my cat.
You're doing great.
I guess we go back to the Underdark.
Huh?
If I back to the Underdark.
Yeah, but
do
like
the things. Oh,
okay. Where? Okay.
I don't know.
We'll go then. We'll go. We'll leave camp.
We gotta
Leaving camp.
We gotta deliver Nir's head. We gotta go to the adamantine forg.
Forg?
Uh-huh. We were just kind of wandering around down there, right?
Yeah, kinda.
I was not serenading chat. Well, I could serenade chat. If I could just see chat
Tonight.
Okay. Ma'am, can you fucking chill? Do you not love us? I did not say that. Okay, where are we going? Kill near. Okay, murder. Sophie. Fucking chill.
Posture check. I'm still sitting.
But are you shrimping?
I mean, like, no.
Mm-hmm. So I only see, like, the thing for the nearest head, so I guess we want to go to there then? The
Do you
beach?
have this Brem guy tagged on yours, like, way over to the right?
Brem? To the right.
Yeah, like, so do you see where the Selenite outpost is? To the
Huh?
right of that, do you have a Brem
Oh, yeah,
merchant?
yeah. Who the fuck is that?
I don't know.
Where is he?
I don't know.
There's nothing even there. Boomst!
So that's interesting.
I'm gonna invite Joe's Nerd Bro Discord. You're panicking. You're
I'm
perishing. Hold on.
I'm perishing. Hold on.
It could be fun. We like nerds. Whomst is Brem? Baldur. Blurg. I don't even know how one would get there because the map like ends.
That's what I'm saying.
That's odd.
You need to go back
Should we
through the
go to-
Underdark. As long as you haven't officially crossed into the point of no return, like it'll actually come up on your screen and say this is the point of no
The
return.
point of no return.
Then you can go back.
No final questions. Good accumulate GG points this stream.
Because
Way
I have
too
way
little
too
compared-
little. All right, I mean, like, we can go back to the outpost and maybe see if we can
Get to there?
figure
Sure.
out how to get over there. I don't know where this
Yeah.
supposed
Whomst.
man is. Oh, yeah, you didn't figure out this puzzle. You went through the window. That's right.
Huh?
Huh?
What about a puzzle?
Said you didn't figure out the puzzle to open the gate. You just went through the window. Oh my gosh, the spectator's in the fucking window.
Hello.
It's big. He wants
wants
me
you
to
to-
vote on Pokemon. Oh, that's cute though.
Yeah. That sounds like fun. If he wants you to hang out with his closest friends, that's a good thing. I should be able to open this. No problem. Okay, good. That's a kind of bullshit. 34k versus 380? What? That's only like 10 times as many. No. 100 times as many.
There we go.
I unlocked it.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. He's already been looted. Ah! Why are we getting shot at?
I told you it was a puzzle and you just lockpicked it.
I wasn't paying attention. Okay. That was excessive. You expect me to pay attention?
No, I don't.
Correct. I was gonna say, that's silly. I'll shoot this.
There you go. Now you can go safely.
Get fucked.
Get
No,
fucked.
Mr. Bond. I expect you to die. You'll get more points that force me to drink water? You're trying to drown me?
Yeah, she loves drowning people.
My gosh.
Oh, Roku Crevice.
Rocky crevice.
No, Crevice.
I could fit.
Not
Clearly not.
chance I'll fit in there. Hold on.
Immediately.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Too poor to pay attention? Ridiculous. Imagine paying attention.
So I'm not sure where this man supposedly is because
Yeah. There's like nothing here. There's walls. Like I could see on the map that there's just walls.
So who is this man?
Who is this man?
I have
That's
a
what
timer
I-
because like yeah, sometimes you guys get a little cray.
When I first added Hydrate as a redeem, I was playing with some of my IRL friends and we were doing Among Us, and these dudes fucking tried to drown me. They redeemed it like 50 times in like 2 minutes. It was crazy. And so I was like, okay, fine. I have to put a cooldown and a limit on it so that you guys don't actually murder me.
Alright, so maybe we'll go.
Yeah, how? Where? Where is this man? Who is this man?
Whomst is this man?
Who?
Wait, where did he go?
He's still there.
Oh. Okay.
He's just like super far.
No, he just goes away when you.
What's in here?
Close enough.
Poo.
Oh, we didn't
Pee pee pee
loot the
poo.
spectator? Wait, what?
Whomst.
No, we didn't, because here's the Ray of Fear spectator eyes amulet.
Well,
Casts Ray of Fear and something else. Hold on. Ray of Fear and Wounding
Peep.
Ray.
poo,
Ray,
pee, pee, pee,
no!
poo.
Don't wound Ray.
Ray,
that's
no.
mean.
No.
No. It does play the Subnautica sound. Man,
Mine
I'm
just
so
goes glow.
bummed that the Subnautica 2 devs, or I guess not even the devs, the publishers or whoever, are so shitty, and now I can't play Subnautica 2. I
Why?
morally can't play it.
Oh, what did they do?
They postponed the release of 2 so that the devs wouldn't get a payout at the end of the year, but that the developers would get a payout at the beginning of the year for unfinished projects.
That's shitty.
Yeah,
That's super shitty.
it's super shitty, I know. That's why I'm like, well,
Would you like
then
for
the
me to
publisher
try to disarm these traps?
no.
Okay, but I will get wounded.
If you want to disarm them, you can disarm them. I didn't need it. Alright, I'm just gonna keep going. Alright, Astarian, honey, my love. Go down the rock.
My love.
My dearest, my love. Go down the rock. Thank
No
you.
one stopped me yet.
Now I'm waiting for the pirated
Breathe
version.
deep
Oh,
and
yeah.
move.
I'll have to have Dirge help me. Dirge knows how to do that.
What's
It's
up in
probably
here?
fine. No, Karlak, please.
Like that'll fit
Not
my
paying them till the devs get paid? Yeah, fair. Okay, fine. I'll just heal myself a little bit. Just a little.
Just a
Poo, 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 pee, pee, poo.
while.
Poo 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 pee 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 poo.
And I miss
Tis
you.
Buddha's breath. Poo 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 pee 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 poo. And now I wonder.
You're waiting for 10 years for Subnautica 1.
If I could fall into the sky.
Sky.
You have subby 1 now? Hell yeah.
Oh, awesome.
I really need to finish that game. I'm probably just gonna not play it on stream though because people suck and ruined it.
Oh, you got back CDs on it?
I got so back CDs on it.
That sucks. I had a really enjoyable experience playing mine.
I know. Maybe I'll start over fresh now that there's more people that hang out with me. Cause like the problem was that I was playing it for a while and then I had like a streamathon
Mm-hmm.
or a subathon. And like I was streaming, I was still going at like 3 o'clock in the morning. So all of
Oh.
my normal people were gone. And so it was just a bunch of random like dudes who came in and like were backseating and trying to like spoil like the monsters at the end of the game and all these kind of things. And I was
Oh,
like,
that's
God, you're
unfortunate.
just ruining it.
All right, so that's all explored. I mean, is it? I can go a little bit south of the Thathatway. Oh,
30K points.
Okay, so, I had a wonderfully enjoyable experience of playing Subnautica because I played it with crowd control.
Mm. I
And
feel like that would make it less enjoyable. Was it more enjoyable?
I will tell you. So I had some unfortunate things happen. Like I had people that would like teleport me like literally to the opposite side of the map when I was at the very end of the game, and I would have to swim manually with no vehicles all the way back because my vehicles were all the way at the end of the game because I was at the end of the game. And there was like things like that, but it was really funny because like they would also do things like they would put like beacons down. So like I would be swimming, just like chilling, swimming or whatever, and I would turn around behind me and like I would have like I had like shit out like a bunch of beacons. So now I didn't know what beacon was my beacon anymore because like
That's
they just like
hilarious.
shit out a bunch of beacons. So then I just like, you know, so it made it very, very goofy. But DJ and specifically, she spent all of her points redeeming the like kill everything like in the immediate area to like keep me safe.
I'm sure.
So like she like would
Aw.
spam it the entire way like through like dangerous areas and stuff.
That's fun. That's cute.
Yeah.
Oxygen. We need
And
to weave
oxygen,
in.
yeah. Yeah. It was very fun. That was a very fun experience. Like all in all. Alright, this is back where this guy was. Okay, so that's all done. And then
This guy who was totally fine and nothing bad happened to him at all.
nothing bad happened.
He's alive. Sounds like
Alright.
the Hunger Games. Sounds like something.
So yeah, I think we teleport to the beach and I think we start that part.
Sounds great. There's always one pure of heart amongst the chaos. Somebody has to do it. Somebody's got to do it.
True.
Decrepit. If I could fall into the sky, do you think time
You ready?
would pass us by?
Wobbles on the lake's murky waters.
Murky waters.
Sail into the darkness.
Did you add a tattoo?
No, I've always had the face tattoo because I do it specifically, and then I do that eye like black with like the same color pupil, so it looks like I'm like possessed in that half of the eye.
You're one of the rich
Astro did
capital
it one
people?
time, and I was like, "That's really dope. I'm gonna steal
That's
that.
so fucking
That's really
cool,
fucking
bro.
cool. I'm gonna steal that.
Oh,
It's kind of a
do
cool
that.
idea."
dude,
Now
they're
I-
so
and now I
fucking
do it all the
cool.
time. Oh Jesus, is it gonna be me doing the talking? Oh.
Oh no.
You there! Drow! Why are you on Gexraft?
Brought food today based on being sick. Oh, I hate when that happens.
Oh, Ferk.
Did you need it to be me?
I'm not sure how this is gonna go. I don't have a ton of the charisma.
Where's Gek? Who are you?
Oh, this one's my favorite. I don't have it. Okay. Got a +4. I've got a +4 here. Can you give me?
Can I?
Oh no, I have guidance on my own. It's fine.
Okay.
No shot.
Why am I not seeing your roll?
Are you? Oh, that's weird. We have 2 inspiration. I'm using 1.
Always had this face tattoo. Yeah, can't you see it?
Yeah, I've just always had. This is my face tattoo. It's not actually what my face looks like. It's just a tattoo.
Gek's gone and screwed up. If he's dead,
Steakums, do you have any
so's
eggs?
the squad.
Rice?
Move over.
Yeah.
I'll take you to shore. You're the one telling the
Green
sergeant
pepper?
what happened.
You bullied your friend into
The
watching
rest of you,
Arcane? That
keep
shit doesn't work on
patrolling.
me.
I'm heading
You have
back with the
one?
drow.
That shit doesn't work on
Congratulations.
you? Okay,
Until
we just finished season 2 of fucking Stranger Things because I was like, I'm putting this on. Pay attention or don't. I don't care.
That's different. That's different than somebody telling me over and over and over that I need to watch something and expecting me to do it on my own.
Sure.
Like
I
all
kinda
the
want a
fucking
burrito
K-pop
bowl.
demons.
I really. The worst part is that I genuinely think you'd enjoy K-pop Demon Hunter.
Ugh. What's this?
I'll watch it secretly
top.
with you one time.
There's like a little thing up here.
I know. I just looked over. I don't know.
That's crazy. But this
Cats are the
game,
best.
cats are the best. You don't need to convince me of that.
No, Izarl is also a K-pop Demon Hunter fan, so I like it would just be funny that they were like, you know, it would be funny. And it was great.
You'd really enjoy it.
You
Maybe.
shithead! Time you showed up, we got trouble. Spit it out.
Getting a burrito
Sergeant
bowl.
finally choked
What
on
the fuck is
true
going
soul
on?
Near's prick. Rugno. The twat soul caused a rockfall.
I'm sure it'll go
Trapped
away
tighter
once we're
than
out
a
of this
ring on a fat
cutscene.
finger. You're
I don't have
shitting me.
subtitles anymore
Okay,
either.
up.
That's the
Interesting.
trouble. He's got the gold on him. Sergeant's arm is falling
Gold
off
on
with all
him.
the gnome slave she's been beating. Who's the hoon? Friend of Nair's? Or you plough and drow now?
Just ordered food.
And you have
Just make it cool though. Shh.
yeah, I can't even see your shit.
Can you, like, if you hit exit, you can't get out of it or anything?
No, it just takes me to the menu.
Yeah, because normally you would have an X in the corner to get out of my dialogue. Is it this? No, it's not
It's
that.
wool.
I was trying to see if
Mhm.
it was what happens when you click on the community vote thing, because that's the same
I mean, it
symbol.
kind Yeah, it kind of looks like it,
It
but I
is
don't
the
know
same
why.
symbol, but I don't know why it would be up there. Is it telling
Yeah, it
you to
doesn't
like
make any-
relink your thing or something? I just
It's
don't
not
know.
telling me to do. I don't know.
Pity for you.
Well, I'm
A
using
good
the drow.
plough might dislodge that stick from your
Okay.
You feel the slightest of stirrings in your head. The Duergar is not infected, yet your minds resonate.
Oh, I'll be. You're one of them
I'll
cult freaks. Felt the tingle.
Ooh, you felt my
Your
tingle?
twat soul chum owes us a load
Ooh.
of coin. You want through?
For once,
Make
Pink
a
doesn't have a
donation.
pink character. What a silly thing to think.
And then she walked
Like
into
me
the light. Come on.
Like me in the back, just like I'm gonna fight.
All right, so
Ah!
the options are fine, take it. I'm not giving you a single coin, or I'll take your head before you take my gold. So, do we want to give them 100 gold to like not fight? Wait, is Karlak next to you? Who's the floating crossbow?
Oh,
Is that Karlak?
that might be Karlak. I think the game is fucked at the moment.
All right, hold on. I'm going to F5. And then I'm going to force quit my game real quick. You should do the same.
Okay.
You should do the same.
Okay.
She's trying her best. I mean, she's not even here. She's not even here with us in the moment. That was hilarious. I
taking
just
forever.
happened to notice. Like, that's crazy.
Come on, game.
Did you?
Okay, hold on.
No, there
I'm quitting.
wasn't.
I'm quitting. I'm quitting.
There was an update at the beginning of the month, so like I assumed you patched it already.
Baldy Gate.
Baldygate Trace.
Trois.
Tra.
Trois.
Tra.
Troy's.
Baldur's Gate Trey. Who is even
Tree.
Trey?
Whom's to div?
Who is even Trey?
Who even is? Sounds like some fucking frat dude.
Trey.
Fucking try. Have you seen Trey? Trey's besties with Chad.
Trey and Chad.
Fucking bros. Am I right?
Am I right?
Right. So yeah, you can order Subway sandwiches as bowls.
Your twat so
A little
strong owes us
bowl,
load
a bowl
coin.
of sandwich.
You want
A
three
bowl and a
make
sandwich.
donate.
Hey, Jay. Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Let me click on the.
All right, I got my burrito bowl
Fuck.
on the roll. Let's go.
Ooh, you got a burrito bowl? Where'd you order from?
Hopefully this isn't gonna dox me. Barbaritos? Is this a chain? I think
No,
it's a chain.
I have never heard of this place, but I am in the West.
Into the wheeze.
The West. Hello, gamers and
It is
non-gamers.
Carlac, by the way. She's here now.
She's here now. Amazing. Barbaritos. I don't know that place. I just got my bowl from Chipotle earlier.
Chipotle.
Chipotle. Okay,
I
can
hate
at
people
least see
say.
the
I hate
dialogue.
when people say Chipotle.
That drives me crazy. That's not where the L is.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
but you
dingus.
say Reese's Pieces.
Yeah, but that makes sense.
It does. It doesn't make sense.
It
doesn't make
does,
sense.
because I call them Reese's Cups.
Right, but the name is Reese,
I
and
don't
the
give a
word is
fuck.
peace. So it's
don't give a fuck.
Reese's because it's his. Pieces.
I call them Reese's. Yeah, but I call them Reese's. So if they rhyme, then it's Reese's Pieces.
But Reese's
Who the fuck is
Pieces
Reese?
rhymes.
Who the fuck? Who
But
the fuck is Reese, huh?
Reese's
Who the
Pieces
fuck- who the fuck
rhymes.
is Reese, huh? I don't know who this Reese motherfucker is. It's Reese's.
Doesn't matter. It's Reese's. Reese. They're
I don't
Reese.
know.
Reese owns
I
the
don't know who
pieces.
Reese is.
It doesn't matter if you know. Do you know who Victoria is? It's her fucking secret.
Yeah, but her name isn't pronounced weird.
Neither is Reese. Is Reese Witherspoon spoon not Reese? Is it Reese? Like I don't understand.
Whomst? Could be. Maybe. Have you seen? Maybe when she owns something, it's Reese's spoon. With Reese's spoon.
Okay, what are we doing? Are we fighting these people or are we giving them money?
I mean, we have so much
I can't
money.
handle
We can
this
just give
right
them
now.
money.
We're giving them
We can
money.
just give them money. Oh, well, okay. Fine. We won't give them money.
I don't think we should be handing our money away.
Unclog
And
your
we won't give them. Wow. Okay.
Shitting around.
She doesn't need it anyway.
But I'm warning you. That twat soul ain't settled up soon. There'll be hell to pay for the lot of you cult buggers.
You don't know me. Okay. Bye.
Goodbye.
Okay. Bye.
Oh look,
Jay,
he's.
this is my bestie thing.
Yeah, no, I swear we're best friends. I swear. It doesn't seem that way, but I promise.
Chat is craving violence. Oh my god.
Here goes nothing.
We crave the violence. Oh, we can't. I can't steal from any of these.
Isn't that the worst thing ever?
No. Okay. So we need to go. What is our purpose? We need to murder somebody.
Moonlit night. It's a beautiful dark blue. That's not bad.
Ooh.
You could have been worse, and you
Sounds
could have
fun.
gotten so much worse garbage. I got a burrito bowl, not a Subway bowl. So.
I don't see. It's not bad to get a Subway bowl. Subway bowel.
I mean, don't get a
Gross.
Subway bowel. That's.
I mean,
that's a
sometimes it
different
happens
thing.
if it's not prepared correctly. You get Subway bowel. What just happened? Oh, you're speaking with animals. Oh, I could talk to them.
Oh yeah, hey, you talk to them then. I want you to
speak
experience
true,
it.
brothers. You know it in your hearts. You know it in your very souls.
We need no Lolth, no Spider Queen. Father Murmur
Spider
is the
Queen?
head of Clan Lur. He hatched us, raised us, feeds us.
Raised us.
Care we for
Feeds
his
us.
business here. He keeps us small, keeps us contained.
Hold on, DJ. I'll explain.
We should
Unless
be with
Azarl
the
does.
Spider Queen.
I think
revered,
Azarl's probably got it.
Adored.
Oh shit. Okay. Let's see. I could do a religion check. I've got a +1. Yeah, let's see what I know. What kind of shit do I know?
Can I give you guidance? You can
Sure,
give
I
yourself
can give myself
guidance.
guidance.
Can I also? No, I give no me.
No.
No me.
No, me! No, me! When you badly need to use the bathroom when on mass transit. Yeah. Subway bow. Ain't nobody want that shit.
You've read that harming spiders is illegal among Lod's faithful, and often punishable by death.
What? Harming
Father
spiders
Mermaid
is bad
is our
for the
past.
Spider Queen?
Lolth is our future.
These spiders are loyal to the local Dwergar. In the event of a fight, they will join the fray against you.
One is through the other. Yeah, pretty much.
Smothering
can make Pisha.
enthusiasm.
Help! I'm being oppressed.
I'll just.
Xanta, is it so?
Is it
I've heard the
so?
very same. Come,
You want a pet? Oh, I
Scoot
hate
under,
spiders.
scoot
Oh,
under,
I hate
very
spiders so much.
embrace.
I'm not a big fan.
I'm terrified of them.
We follow.
If they're in my house, I murder them
Brothers,
because they've broken the truce and they must die.
No one
Ah, they skitter. Okay. What's over
We
here?
can't loot anything here.
So rude. Yeah, I think there's definitely something going around. It's being contracted through the internet.
Which is crazy.
It's crazy because I gave Pink my sick. Oh,
What did you do?
what are you doing?
Am I in this room?
Huh?
What do you mean? What did you just do?
I didn't do anything.
Neither did I.
Why are you thinking I did something?
Because everything just shook like something just blew up.
Oh no, this man is kicking dead bodies.
Oh.
Hello?
I'm way too big.
I'm way too big.
Way too big.
I'm way
I'm
too
way
big.
too big.
You non-officially passed all your courses this semester? Hell yeah.
Something
A baton.
I hope you're taking the loot first. Rocks are cool. Rocks.
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 that'll fit
Guy
my
dance. Stick close to Mama Kay. Don't worry, don't worry. She's close to me all the time. Rocks are cool. We like rocks here.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a little peek, see. A shiny trinket.
A shiny trinket.
Oh, sleight of hand.
You gonna
I've
open
got
these
all the
doors?
shit. I've got situational advantage. Hell yeah. And gloves of
Spot a
thievery
shiny
advantage.
trinket
Hell
on one
yeah.
of the corpses.
Baby, go shower. Okay, de-stimk. I should be good. Hell yeah. Yeet. Nikki, you never posted your cool rocks in Discord. I made a
Quit
channel
sniffing
for you and
around.
everything.
You're starting to get on my nerves. Nerves?
Nerves. Gertrude is inspired. Ah. Okay.
Hey, open this door.
You opened the door?
You open this door.
Let anyone in
Hang on, I'm gonna loot this heavy chest because no one can see me. Take all, thank you. I can open this door.
Get him peckish. Peckish?
Lockpick.
Locopic.
Lokupiku?
Lakupiku. Sleight of hand successful.
Hell yeah.
Hell
Critical
yeah.
Hell yeah. Continue. Lock the door.
Wow.
Ooh, I can loot this crate. Ooh, religion successful.
I've heard of that. A bank.
I'm just gonna take some plates. Just take some shit. take all this stuff. I'll just take these. Nothing to see here, just stealing all your shit.
It's fine. They don't need it.
They don't, it's true. I'll take your wine.
Get him peckish. Peckish? You got that right.
You don't need it, right?
No, no, no.
No. Okie. Fish.
Fish.
Fish!
Feet!
Cute! Oh, I got the key.
A button.
Baton.
A button.
A butt on.
Secret button.
Secret
button.
To the mountain.
To the button. Oh.
You thought I was going to, but you can't find it? Okay, hold on. I definitely made one in my Discord. It's just called Rocks.
Rocks.
You should be able to see it. It's underneath general spoilers, right above miscellaneous.
What are you hiding?
Ooh, what's that? A loose stone, huh? What? Bullshit.
Here, wait, I'll do this.
Okay, why can't we?
There you go. I tagged you in it.
That was weird.
Dinner and stuff? Oh wait, where are you?
Don't worry.
Hello?
I don't know how.
Are you?
this-
Oh,
Yes, but I don't even know how because I didn't like even go into the room. I just like went partially in and then turned around, but it's just whatever.
whom are we even fighting? Oh, these men?
Goops. These goobers.
Goopers. Ochre jelly. Ochre jelly. Branding
Acre.
smite. Oh, that's not me. That's fine.
Bop, bop, bop.
Bop, bop, bop.
Bop, bop, bop. And it showed up for the one.
Okay, that one is dead. No, me. With a 1?
Yeah, because
With a...
like one notification in the tag. Yeah, Discord's
interesting.
like doing this thing now where it like hides channels you don't use, but it includes new ones because like it's stupid. So it's like I don't know how you're supposed to use new ones if it's hiding what you're using.
That's crazy.
Uh-huh.
Got him. End turn. Oh, I forgot to end Karlak's turn, my bad. I remember how to play this game. Oh no. Critical miss.
Critical. Sputum.
That's fucking rude.
It's sputumed all over you.
Let me do some...
Did you just acid the guy who has acid?
No, I did, I pocket sand.
Oh.
No, I'll shoot him.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
Get wrecked.
Get whacked.
Get wrecked-a-don.
Rectodon, yeah.
Yeah.
It's my favorite dinosaur.
Like, yeah, it was like a mastodon. Get fucked. And get fucked. Oh no! Not a critical miss.
Oh, you
Ow.
got sputumed.
Ow, that's not nice. Here, get.
Better position.
Here, have some. If I can get that first, then he'll have disadvantage on anything. Because it blinds him.
Blinded by the light.
Never wanted to
Blinded
leave
by the light. Wrapped up like a douche.
What's in here?
Wrapped up
And
like
do-
a douche.
Runner in night. Blinded by the light. Light. A neti pot? I haven't used one of those since I was in college
Might be
and I was
useful.
sick all the time.
Tools
A
and
colleague.
thick rope.
Colleague.
Someone climbed up from down below.
It kind of sucks at the time, but it also like feels really good when it helps.
Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Don't touch the acid, you silly.
Blinded by the light. Jump.
I was doing a heckin' jump.
No. God damn it, Gertrude. Dumbass.
Dumas, actually.
Alexandre Dumas.
Dumas.
Alexander Dumbass. Should I open this intricate door?
Sure.
With a flick of the wrist. Blinded by the light. It's in my head now. That's just where we're at. Wrapped up like a douche and do the runner at night. Not that intricate. Oh. Oh, it's so intricate. You know what? It's fine.
There's just a giant hole over here.
Listen, I wanted
that's-
to lock the
I
pick.
know, and I appreciate that you lockpicked because I was able to make that wonderful joke.
I'm sad. Somebody clip that. That was funny. Here, I'll do it. Because that'll be funny from both sides. Oh, hello.
Hold it! I swear to Iron Hand. One more step.
Who are you?
and a blow is to
Philomene.
toast.
An
Well,
ashen
okay.
scent fills the air. The
I
barrel
see
is
that.
filled with smoke powder, but the scent is acrid, as if contaminated somehow. Or much, much more concentrated.
She's gonna
Bug.
blow up. That's my thing.
Shut your mouth, Hoon, or I'll shut you down.
Shut your mouth soon. Rude. Don't be dumb. Check your exits. You've got nowhere to go. I've got rogue shit.
That's the point. Genius. Better to die in this shit heap than rot in Moonrise. You want me? Come get me.
Okay, okay. Do I want to intimidate or... Oh, I can do a persuasion. I'm much better at persuasion. Smile sincerely. That doesn't sound like me at all. Okay. Are you sure about this? Once you're dead, that's it. It's over. It's fucking over.
It's over.
It's over, bish.
Damn nutter. You think I fear death?
Maybe. Oh.
Shit. I can't do it.
Huh?
Drag me to Moonrise. I'll make you cult nutters suffer.
Gross. I don't want you. I'll take that
You
smoke
want
powder
to
though.
barter with rune powder. Look, you have no idea what you're dealing with. Any
Correct.
true Iron Hand would trade their life for a grain of this stuff. They'll
Perfect.
spare you a vial.
What is a single vial? Tell me.
A barrel of this could light up the Underdark. A vial is
Underdark.
plenty. Just let me go
Underdark.
my way.
On second thought, I'll take it all. No, just take a vial. Yeah, okay.
Catch the highly explosive gunpowder.
Yeah, that seems like a really good idea. Yeet. Where you gonna go
I
now?
go where there's shit to stir. And there's no shortage of options. I'm getting gone. You ought to do the same.
Yeah, you leave and leave the rune powder. Aw, dang it. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for the shit. Appreciate it. Ooh, more health potion. Health!
Help!
Cheese! I am fascinated by cheese.
Looks empty.
Hmm. Did you already loot all this?
Just, yeah.
Incense!
The bookshelves.
Oh,
The
I was talking about the balls.
No. I just got the bookshelves. I just wanted those so I can get the spells.
Spells.
The spells. Yeah. The spells.
Spells!
The spells.
Spells are back in town. Spells are back in town. Pee pee poo poo pee pee poo poo pee pee poo poo pee pee poo poo. Exactly. Exactly.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What's over here?
What's over where?
Well, looking out. Ooh, this would be a cute place to take a picture of BT Dubs.
Kind of would be. Or no, because look at all the goo. There'll be better pictures later. Trust.
Okay.
Trust.
We just gotta keep an eye out for thumbnails.
Trust.
Wait, is this?
Trust. Yeah, that's where it came from.
Okay. I didn't mean to talk to you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't talk to my boyfriend, bitch.
Wow. Okay. Listen, we're all in the same party.
I know what you're about. I'm talking to my boyfriend.
I literally haven't talked to him once.
Good.
Remember, my friendship level with him is 1.
It's way faster. I love when it comes faster.
Hilarious. Ah.
Were you trying to go through the door and you closed it in front of your face?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a dingus.
Yeah.
Like a fucking dumbass. God damn it, I did it again.
Oh my.
Oh my. No, I did it again. Stop it.
Turn your camera around.
I did. I thought I tried to do, but then I still clicked too close. But it's fine. What to do? What to do? Okay, where are we going? What is our
very close? My dasher
Huh?
is very close.
Very close. Okay, so we need to get that way.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get there? I'm looking at the map. I'm looking at the map. Okay, there's like a spot over here, maybe?
Another stick shit. You flirt. Now jump to it.
Cute.
Or it's up to the lift and straight to the shadows.
Now that's how you motivate the staff.
True soul, yeah? Tell the sergeant
No.
we won't move a pebble. Hold out your hands.
Yeah.
Moon.
You heard the man. Let's see him.
Frown and keep your hands to yourself.
Let's ask him
Meh.
or showing.
What? Why though?
5 working fingers, nice and meaty, prime for digging.
No. You're wearing gloves. You can't see how meaty my
claw him
fingers
out.
are.
My drinking hand's busy. And he'll
I
appreciate
don't
how
like
few
your
shits I
attitude.
have to give you. Hey, stick shit. Where's my drink?
This guy sucks.
Coming right up, piss pot. Stick shit. Talks like smug, and he wrecked that shroom village.
And then shagged it.
Ayo.
Here's to smug, nasty prick.
Someone's gotta.
Can I talk to just him? There we go.
I heard the piss pot. You're a true
Fix the sink
soul.
enough to use it again?
Same
Hell
as
yeah.
me. So like I said, piss off.
Piss off.
And who asked for help? Why don't you... Hold on. You're talking true, aren't you?
That's
Then
right. You
shh.
got a cleric level.
Keep it low.
I do.
Don't let them hear you. Now, why
Hear
in
you.
the hottest
Don't let
hells would
them.
a true soul be helping me? Fine. Let's say I believe you. You want to kill these peckers. I'm not
You're
complaining,
very loud, sir.
but you better
So
finish
loud.
the job. 'Cause
Literally
Sophie is
echoing.
sn-
suffer if you don't.
Sophie is currently snoring in her box.
Ain't you hearing me, prickhole? Piss off to every last hell.
She's so cute.
So now he's on our side.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get.
Shit. You got one of Nair's moon lanterns, Jacques? Pixie lamps. If you're headed to Moonrise, you won't last without it.
Toplands are clogged with the Death Dark.
Toplands?
No time.
You daft. It's there in the name. Shadows up there, black as the lower dark. A few sniffs could fell an ogre.
If the cure's in Moonrise, we should go. Near and his lantern be damned. After all, shadows will be the least of our worries if we start to turn.
Shadows.
Afraid of the dark, are we?
Oh.
Very well.
I got a disapproval
Let
for that.
us save near,
Rude.
if we must.
You have returned. Welcome back.
All right, I'm gonna go get my burrito bowl. I don't know. Are you? Are you? Oh, you're with your cat. That's why I was like, why do you sound far away?
No, I was trying to fix my cat cam. It's not working. Guys. Let me see if I can get her on. Look, she's in her box down here. She's so cute. She's snoring in her box. Look at her. Look at the baby. Hi, Andy. She's a baby. I don't think I can get her little snores on the microphone, though. She's too far away. Box queen. Uh-huh. She's so cute. The Void Baby is camouflaged. She's so camouflaged. Yeah, there she is. You see her little ear? Boop, 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 boop. Do you see nothing? No, because there's like the box and there's Sophie. Squish, 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 squish. Just a void. Yeah. She's snoring. She's sleeping, so I'm not gonna bug her. But look how cute she is. I wish my cat cam was working. I don't know why it's not.
standing up straight. Okay.
Look, she's in her box and she's snoring.
Oh, okay.
A baby.
Who has a baby?
Me.
Oh
Well,
my
this
God,
box.
you had a baby?
I did.
Oh
You
my
missed
gosh, that
it.
was
I was
so
pregnant
sad. That
for
was so
so
fast.
long. Yeah.
So soon.
Yeah. The gestational period for me is like 15 minutes. It's really
I wasn't even gone for 15 minutes. That's crazy.
I know. Crazy. But she's in the box and she's snoring.
She's doing a heckin' snore.
She's doing a heckin' snore. It's just extra dark in there. That's so fair.
Sergeant don't know what she's missing.
She's so cute.
Ready to continue?
Yeah. My cat was being cute. Your tux knew that you were looking at another cat and it gave you a look. Jealous.
He's like, you're cheating
Needs
on
to
me.
be
with your
unplugged
eyes."
and plugged in again. It's been unplugged for forever.
Holy fuck.
So I plugged it in and then it just came up like a
Entirely
white.
too many.
That's what she said.
No, seriously, look at this bag of chips.
I don't think that's the problem. That seems like the opposite of a problem.
I think this is my queso though.
Queso. I love queso.
Salsa.
Salsa.
Okay, we ready?
They gave me too much food for my burrito bowl. So I had to put it into the fridge and finish it later.
Frig?
The frig.
You had to put it in the frig? In the brig?
Oh, there's a man. Wait, is this the guy? Nope. This is Stonemason Kiss.
Oh my
Make them
gosh. They didn't
Whoa.
give me the other sauce for this. Or wait,
Oh
is
my
that this?
gosh.
Yes, they did. Okay. Is that this? Okay. But they didn't give me silverware. I'm sorry. You talk to man.
I'm talking to the man. It's okay.
How peculiar. Smooth face.
Too much food. I couldn't finish it, so I just had to put it into the fridge for later.
A sun dweller in these
Without
parts.
falling fresher.
Look here,
What you
my
looking at?
topside friend.
What you
I
doing?
need fresh eyes, and I doubt I'll find fresher.
Oh, I didn't actually click on it. What you doing?
Peering into cracks and crevices in hope to find
Crevasses.
history's morsels.
Am I right?
I have come up regrettably short. I hope you might see truths where I cannot.
Probably.
Okay, now I am ready.
What should I be looking at?
The rubble, all of it, if I may be so bold.
If I may be so bold.
Tell me what
I'm
you
having
see.
a cider, BT Dubs, if you wanted to get a cider.
I should get a cider and we can cider it out. What kind is yours?
Mine is Excelsior Imperial's Imperial Mango.
Mango?
8.4%
All right, let me see. what I got.
ABV.
Hold on.
It's got a giraffe on it. Although that reminds me, I got a new 6-pack and I haven't put it in the fridge. Maybe I should do that so that another one will be cold when I finish this one.
I'll just get the whole case. All right, so I've got the Angry Orchard Thriller pack. Comes with Berry Bewitched, Blood Orange, Headless Pumpkin, and Sinful Apple. Let's try this berry one. I don't think I've had the berry one yet.
I'm gonna go do that actually. I'll be right back.
What?
I'm gonna put the rest of the cans in the fridge so that they're cold when I run out of this one.
Oh.
Give me like a minute.
No.
Please?
Sure.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Guys, this bowl's gonna be delish. Mm-hmm. Delish. I wonder if we'll make it through the forge tonight. With how many distractions we've had already.
Sorry, Sophie. I woke her up. Go back to sleep, Sophie. The ear, you saw it? Yeah. The baby. Oh, she stretched. Okay, I'm back. Investigation. I have perception. I thought I had good perception. Let's just do investigation.
And it's only a 10, but we know how that goes.
Okay.
No, I meant that for me too.
You see the ear? Yeah, she's a cutie patootie.
Boulders
Stretches
and
out,
stone
exposes the
bricks
belly.
of various
Aw.
sizes clutter the corridor.
Oh,
Many split cleanly
baby,
in
do you
two,
pet the belly? Do you go
yet
squish,
some
squish, squish?
walls remain fully intact. No quake brought these rocks down.
She's back
No
under.
They were
quake.
smashed through in an instant.
I try to show it every time she's out of her bed, but then she
Something
goes right back
big
under.
charged
I think
through
that's too much
here.
light for her.
Something
That's
very
fair.
big.
Something very big.
What do you think?
I'll do a little extra. Why not? Uh-oh. That's why not. I got very close. Shit.
I think we have an inspiration.
We've got 3 inspiration. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
use one. I just got one for being roguey. Well, okay, that was excessive. Sophie's belly is sometimes a trap.
Several glassy stones stand out in the debris.
Glassy
Their borders are coated
stones.
with tiny yellow crystals. The hottest of flames smoothed the stone and left sulfuric crystals behind. The fires of the hells have touched Grymforge.
I'll do a history check too. Why not? That's why not.
Wow.
I don't particularly want to use an inspiration for this. Unless you think I should.
I mean, it's not super duper important, but if you want to, just to see what happens, I don't care.
I'll use one. I'm sure we'll get another one. Already starting well. Listen.
No.
Oh, for
shot.
fuck's sake. Guidance. Okay,
No
well, that's...
shot.
I'm not going to use our last inspiration for a fucking history check.
No.
The statue's meandering curves and golden edges.
Meandering
stand out
curves.
against
That's
the
what they
weathered
say about
masonry
me.
behind it.
Hey.
You consider the differences.
Ay.
Your neti
Yeah.
pots. Let me know how it is. I've never used one.
Like I said, it's kind of
Anything
weird feeling, but then it feels really good afterwards.
Yes, the rubble. Oh, it was a great beast that tore these walls down.
A great
should have known.
beast.
Sulfur.
You were not the... Okay, wow,
Of
Andy.
course. The rocks have been altered
Rude.
by hellfire. Alas, you've left me with more questions than answers.
All
My
ass.
survey continues.
My survey continues. Okay, I want to trade.
Well, let's see what you've got.
Yeah, Nikki, like I said, it's kind of sucks at the time. Look at all these spells.
I've got a long road ahead.
Anything good?
He's got a violin.
Do you have music proficiency?
Oh, he's got infernal alloy. I'll buy that. For my girl.
You don't need the alloy. You need iron.
Don't I need alloy for her?
You need iron. Infernal iron.
Oh. Never mind. I was excited. Let me sell all these things that I found. All ass, no brakes. Mm-hmm. Anything else? This random ass short sword. Get that shit out of here. This random old floppy hat. Nobody wants that. What's this? Onyx ring. Get out of here. Get fucked.
Cut down and left to rot. Such fine armor deserved better.
Have some rotten food, bitch. What else is in here? Viciousness.
Bow down.
Heroism,
Corpses
fire
more clearly.
resistance.
Sure.
Do you want any of these scrolls?
Oh.
Or
I'll
do we
come
want
look.
some revivifies? Might be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want? I'll take one. Oh, I bought all 3. Well, there we go. It's fine. Can you just scroll through them?
Lol. Nikki, you're so funny.
You immediately recognize the symbol of the Dark Lady.
What else is in here?
and you
Chimera's
realize
locket.
You know these
Do we
uniforms.
need
These
these
people were dark justiciars,
dancing
reviled
lights?
order within Shard
Actually, no,
priesthood.
I'll hold on to these and we can
His
feed
rite
it
of
to what's his
entry
bucket.
includes killing
Oh,
a
we've already
cleric of
stabilized him.
Saluna.
Forever?
Mhm.
Oh. Then I'll sell it to him. We simply must dig.
Agreed. Let's go. We have places to be.
Do I want
Sorry,
resistance
like no time
to
to mourn the dead.
slashing? Vulnerability to bludgeoning? I don't want that. I'm gonna go ahead and sell that.
Come on, please. I would just like to scoop up this piece.
Get advantage on death saving throws? That's right, because I've got the brand. Ooh, I might give those to Karlak. What do you got, Karlak?
Encumbered, excuse me? From picking up a book?
Excuse me?
I think not.
I'm gonna give you this.
Garlic aioli. They sent fat-free ranch. Bummer.
That's a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
Haste helm. Ooh, I'll give... You know what? I'll give the haste helm to Karlak. That might be good. I might give Karlak these boots. Here,
my
have
God,
some
boots.
boots. Boots. Oh my god, boots. Oh my god, boots.
Oops.
And I'll also give her this. I'm gonna make her so tricked out, bro. Oh my god, boobs. Let's get some boobs.
Oh my god, boobs.
I saw that.
What? What is that about, DJ? I'm sorry. What do you need
What?
clarification on?
Reproduce asexually.
About
This
boobs?
text contends exactly the opposite.
I'm not sure.
Far too vivid
Came back to
details.
that statement without context. There wasn't much context, honestly.
Is there ever context, really? Yeah, just boobs. Boobs is the context.
Just boobs. We said boots, and then it was boobs.
Yeah.
That's about it. I could talk to these. I could talk to them. Hello.
That's why I waited.
Tired.
You were listening to Arcane?
Boomst.
I read the book that we got on that guy's body.
Ketheric Thorm.
Undone by heat and hammer. Sounds simple.
Ooh, did you
Oh,
hear
we
that?
need that for the stuff. Yeah.
So you heard what Astarion said?
No, I did not hear what Astarion said.
If you go in the journal, does it show? Hold on. Dialogue. It doesn't.
Because it was while I was
here,
in
yeah.
this dialogue.
Oh, it doesn't.
What'd he say?
But basically, he said like something along like a large iron golem brought down by hammer and heat. Interesting.
Interesting. Do you mean Ketheric Thorm, the Dark Justiciar Commander? Him's an old man. Look, his little ears flopping.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Oh. What kind of helpies could have destroyed the army?
Oh, for a skeleton key.
Oh, was it a demon mammoth? Crashing a smashing. How old are you?
No Dwergar made this. The design looks sharp.
Him's an old man.
Very well.
Who's an old man?
This guy I'm talking to. This little buffalo man.
Buffalo. Where the buffalo
Elder
roam?
Rothay. Elder Rothay.
Ferrero Rothay.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious.
Procrastinating? Who would ever procrastinate? Couldn't be me. Moo!
Don't mind if I do.
Okay, DJ, good luck. Oh, that could be a cool picture right here.
Are those two still talking?
Okay. You just lurk?
Slurk? Yeah, no. That's what I said.
Enjoy
I
your
hope
lurk.
yeah. This could be
Enjoy
a real cool picture
your-
right here, GG.
Okay, hold on. We could do it right now.
Make the Starian stand back up top here.
Where you at? Oh, you're down there. Okay, hold on. Let me loot all these things. Listen, I'm here to make sure that we have enough money to do whatever we need. I'm such a provider.
She's a provider. She not gonna
I'm
give
gonna
up.
make it. I'm a provider. Keep
I'ma
on
work harder.
providing. Glarberg.
Jarberg.
Schnerbaba Bleegarb.
Trap. Be cautious.
Plate. What's that? Fish skeleton. I'll take that. Delicious, delicious rotting fish. What you doing?
What?
What you doing?
What do you mean?
What you doing?
With this?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize you're here. It's a trap thing, and I don't have stuff, so I'm just moving it out of the way of the picture.
Okay.
Come over here. What
Do you want me to disarm it?
Well, we're gonna come over here for the picture.
Yeah.
I just didn't want it in the picture. But it also needs to be
do it.
disarmed. So it's both. It needs to get out of the way. And also it needs to be disarmed. So both.
How do you get there? Oh, this way. You stay there, Karlak.
Like, look at how fucking cool that looks, dude.
Yeah, I'll be right there. I'll be right there.
Right, but I'm saying to make a comment. That's say yes, Bessie. This is cool.
Yes, Bessie, this is cool.
Thank
I haven't even
you.
seen it yet. I was trusting you, but I couldn't see it yet because I wasn't there. Oh, yeah, that is cool.
Right?
Okay, hold on.
You're like floating. Yeah, you're not. For some reason, you're not right. There we go. And then we can always adjust. All right.
Yeah.
Let me get in there.
Wait, let me get. Can I take my? Let me take my shit off. I don't want to see it.
Let me take my this off.
D. I'm ready.
Okay.
I just wanted to not show my helmet.
Yeah. Okay, Agnes.
Yeah.
Okay, show helmet, weapon, battle. Okay.
Oh, I could have just. Never mind.
Okay, pose.
I could have done that there. My bad. Pose. What do we want to do?
Oh, I don't know. I kind of like looking into the distance because it's like really like. Oh, hold on, I need to get the right angle.
It could be dramatic. Quebec. Or explaining or flexing. I'm not a flexy. Let's see. We could both look into the distance, but that's kind of boring.
Alexa, stop. Yeah, it's a little boring when you're both doing it, but it's kind of cute too.
Oh no. Oh no.
That one.
Lazy bones. It's under oh no. Or oops. Oopsie doopsie. I mean, I'm sure this will be relevant.
Is there like pointing out?
I could point out.
I can point out and you can look. I'll point, you look. Yeah.
Do you want me to rotate?
Yeah, look. No, other way. And yeah. Nope, a little bit other way. Other way. Other way. Other way. Stop. And then move towards me.
Nope. Nope. Like there?
Yeah, I like that. And then I just had to, right there's a good spot, and then I just have to move my camera. Oh, just there we go. Okay. I kind of like that one actually. That's kind of cool. Hold on, let me just get a little. No, stay right there so the lava stays in.
All this fighting is why you failed your vocab test. Just a child, you need boundaries and guidance, not just handed a Pokeball and stepped out into the world. Just take this.
Okay. Cute. We're good.
Cute. Just two besties. Okay.
All right, and then don't forget to disarm that chest, please.
Yeah. Disarm.
Disarm. Disarm.
I'm sure it'll go great. I'm sure it'll go perfectly.
Oh, okay. I have to close the coop. Apparently, it's stuck.
Oh, thank God. I rolled a 3 and a 4, but it worked out. It's fine. You did what you needed to do? Hell yeah. Saved by the adepts, 100%. 100%. All of my bonuses. I got many bonuses. I do thievery. Ooh, the real Sparky Sparks wall. Do we have anybody that uses a shield? Here, take this scroll. I'm giving it to you. Have a scroll. Well, take this other scroll. And Karlak, carry these crossbows. I don't wanna. And this shield. Thanks. Imagine a critical fail. Yeah, imagine a critical fail happening. Imagine.
Sorry. That should be the last time now.
I gave you the scroll that I got from the chest.
What'd you get?
I got you a scroll.
What was it?
Melf's acid arrow.
Ooh.
There's
Yeah,
also a
sometimes
shield,
when it gets
but
too
none of
cold-
our people use a shield.
No. When it gets too cold, sometimes the coop door like won't go down all the way.
Coop.
Coop.
You stole our hearts. Oh.
Thanks, Mel.
Who, me? No. No, no, no.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Water.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Wish I had a bag of holding. I'll take this plate. I'll take this cup. I'll take this plate.
I don't discriminate.
No, no, no. I'll take this fish skeleton. Okay, we're good. I stole all of the things. Stole all of them.
You a thief?
I am. I'm a thief. Keep scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. What? Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. What? I can't steal any of these things.
Whip these Drugnin beasts into shape. That
Don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad.
And my patience is hanging on by an arse whisker.
An arse whisker. If I ignore your tone, oh my gosh.
I want to get out of this so you can come over here.
You
I
could
don't know
leave.
if I can. I know, but I don't know if it'll do the same thing for you if you come over here and talk.
We can find out. Short king.
Brawn and they're trembling like leaves. Trembling like what? Leaves. You, grab a cane and whip these Drugnin beasts into shape.
Got to 500 GG points? Hell yeah.
Clearing, and my patience is hanging on by an arse whisker.
An arse whisker. If I ignore you, listen, I am made of sass.
And it sounds like your arse wants for a lashing, the way you talk out of it. Something
Not from you.
the dumb shits. So stop your jawing and get to working.
Why don't I just talk to them?
You got no need to know, and I got no need to tell. So get to caning or to leaving.
Let's see. Investigation or persuasion. Ooh, I've got a lot of bonuses.
Multi-chat wasn't giving points.
Multi-chat wasn't.
Interesting.
Well, that's weird. That's crazy. A double tab with streams in parallel. Hell yeah. It should be giving you points.
Yeah, I've never had that problem.
That's crazy. I like how I can select your guidance if I want to.
Because I'm close enough to.
Yeah, that's still funny though. Like, I'm going to take that spell from you. Thank you very much. 30! Hell yeah, baby. Wasn't having that problem last time. That's crazy.
Fine. Look at this.
Twitch be twitching.
Adamantine.
It's a rock.
Stuff's no joke. Stronger than steel, rarer than mithril. It ain't mined. It's
It ain't mind.
There's an adamantine forge back
Twitch
there.
does tend to
sure as
like
shit.
want to be a
Don't get
bitch.
any smart ideas. That forge is clan property. But get the beasts moving and I'll toss some coin your way.
What if I just talk to them? Once you're dead, I'll have that forge to myself.
Go on then. Light a fire under the buggers.
I can just talk.
Yeah, talk to them.
My cane for
No more. No more pain. No more work. All must die.
Fair. I don't. Why am I not gonna hit? Yeah. That's what I was still looking through the options, but I think I'm gonna do that. Give into your rage and avenge your pain. Don't strike us all, just your masters. I've got a good persuasion.
You've got 9 in bonus, so as long as you don't roll a 1. Or a nat 20. Or a nat 20.
Hell yeah, baby!
Yes. They made the pain. Now they feel it.
Kill him!
Bloody Rothe have lost it. Put him down, and the shark.
Kill him! Wait, let me do... Here. Oh. Okay.
Looks like she's struggling a bit there.
Struggling?
Struggling.
Yeah, she's fine. Actually, whatever.
Bitch.
Nuh-uh, bitch.
Nuh-uh, bitch. Nuh-uh, bitch!
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, okay, bye. Remember for, wait, $103? Oh, we got a full, okay. That makes more sense. I was like, I'm sorry.
Bye forever.
Bye. Bye.
Goodbye forever.
Goodbye forever.
Hope he didn't have any loot.
Don't stab me. Ow. Critical miss. And wait, I thought it was a critical miss. Oh. He's safe. Ow! Get him! Okay.
Best be
Let
on my
me
way.
stab him.
Wait. No. Tried to stop myself, but oh well. Okay.
But alas.
But all ass.
All ass. So what do I want to do? Yeah, we'll just stab him. We'll do a reckless. And we'll go again. Get fucked. Prime rib is meat? Yeah. It's like
That is
fancy
not cheap.
steak.
Yes, prime rib is like fancy meat.
Fancy meat. It's
like the best part.
a
of, like,
really, yeah, it's
yeah.
like a really good cut of meat, and it's just like super like tender. Oh, I really want some now. Sounds so good. The place that I used to host quiz at used to do, they probably still do, but they had like a prime rib special on Wednesdays. And at the beginning of the pandemic, I wanted to keep them like in business, so I got prime rib from them like every week. It was so good. Saved from vicious mockery? That's rude. How dare you? Meant to hit? That can't be true. Meh. Well, shit.
What's the problem?
I don't have enough movement. I'll do this. Nope. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't have enough movement to hit. That sucks. Fine, I'll just dash. Get him.
8. 2 HP left. No HP left? Okay.
Got her.
Now talk to the
Oh,
man.
we have yeah.
Dwergar can't hurt anymore. We'll wait until it's safe to leave.
Yeah, I saved you. Do me a favor,
You
smash the
helped
rubble
me.
before you go. I
I'll
know you
help
said you
you.
were in a lot of pain, but like... Keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Think.
Mm-hmm.
Press ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Sorry I shoved that guy off and didn't get his loot.
Can we loot these guys?
Yeah.
It's just red, so I was concerned.
There's nobody here to yell at us. We killed them.
That's true. Ooh, I got a lot of food.
Who would know? How would they know?
They're gonna know.
Who's
Beep
gonna
bop
know?
bop bop beep bop 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 bop. Skelly. Loot the skelly. Loot the skellies. Loot the skellies. Loot the skellies cause they're dead.
How are they gonna know?
Beep bop 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 beep bop 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 bop. This is kind of cute.
Mm.
We already have our picture.
Mm-hmm. This could be a cute second option, though.
That is true, if we weren't sure. Burp, 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 burp.
Beep bop boop dop.
Beep bop ba doo, beep bop ba doo, bye
What?
dee dee dee.
Cautious.
What's the point of a no glasses routine if you aren't wearing them? I'm not wearing them today. I wear glasses a lot. Hmm. Is there a trap?
Yeah, it blew up.
Drink water.
Something's
Huh?
off.
It blew up.
Pure shadow.
Mm.
I
Around
just
me.
stepped on it.
Oops.
Mm-hmm.
Seek
I don't
fluid
think we can
intake
cross
immediately.
here.
I can, I think.
How?
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Oh.
I know, I'm trying to see if there's a thing that... Oh, that goes down.
Water, you say? What are you saying? What do you mean?
What are you saying?
What are you even talking about?
Or footprints. That's worth
Beam bum boom bum beam bum boom bum.
What's worth a look?
Ooh, I just received dark vision. I already have dark vision. Beam bum 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 beam bum bum bum. I'm gonna loot the shit that's over here while you're looking.
Yeah. I don't even think there's anything over here for us, honestly.
Sophie, cautious. Oh, there's a trap.
I
Oh.
received something and she was like, footprints, I should follow them, but I like don't even see what the fuck she's talking about.
Oh, cat. Beam bum bum bum. Beam bum bum bum. Beam bum bum bum.
I'll give it a
Thanks,
shot.
bonuses. I'm rolling like shit today.
What do you mean?
I just keep rolling under 10, but it works out because I've got good bonuses. A baby, uh-huh. If you haven't met her already, this is Sophie. You can't see her. Another trap. Disarm. Disarm, not dat arm.
Anything of
So
use?
I actually, I don't feel well. I gotta go.
Oh, well, okay. 33. Shit, bro.
Jeez. Ooh, it's a 12. Yikes.
Cat is small black hole. Uh-huh. She is void.
Got the door.
Disarm.
Where does this lead to? Oh wait, this is above.
Void kitties are interesting. She has so much energy. She's a menace to society. Perception failed. Okay, thank God. Carlax got it.
Thank God somebody can perceive.
I could perceive a lot. I just didn't that. Oh, double twos? Okay, good thing. All my bonuses got it to a 15, which is what I needed. But I rolled double twos. That was crazy.
Critical success.
It wasn't a 1.
Oh
You're
no!
correct. Well,
I opened
did
a
you
door.
die?
No, I'm gonna. I opened a door with men behind it and I have 2 HP.
Oh no.
I know. Okay, hold on.
I can't get to you. Beep bum 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 beep bum bum bum. It was nice knowing you, right? I'm just gonna disarm all of the traps. Okay. Can I get this one? I'm a legionnaire. Traveling disrepair. Hoping for a Frigidaire.
You're not a very good hoe, but you try. That's all that matters.
I am on reprieve, lacking my joie de vivre. Missing my gapery. So far away from my home.
Kitius.
Practice makes perfect. What, being a hoe? Mm-hmm. Double 20s! Hell yeah, baby! For disarming a trap. That's worth it.
No.
We got a key. Just going slow. I'm just out here clearing all of the traps for when you come back. If you come back. Oh, because Astarion's not even with you.
I know.
Oh no. Okay, goodbye. Disarm. Compared to 2024, your 2025 recap was something. Mine was a little boring this year, honestly. My Spotify recap was also boring this year. Because I listened to, like, I listened to albums.
I'm a gamer. I just want to say, guys, I'm a gamer.
Did you fucking crush it?
I fucking crushed it.
So, like, my top 4 of 5 songs were the first 4 songs of an album that I listened to apparently like 35 times this year. But what if I know that this is a trap? What if I know that this is a trap?
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
Can I
No,
throw something onto it?
Well, now I can loot.
Always room for more.
What if I throw this incense bowl onto it?
Heavier than it looks. Wouldn't be very comfortable.
Why?
Because I triggered a trap.
Oh, okay.
But let me see if I can disarm it first before it does anything. Oh, it's still gonna... Is it still gonna... Uh-oh.
You can get out of turn-based if you need to.
No, I think I want to do this. I'll just climb down this ladder and then I'll let the fire do the thing and then we'll deal with it afterwards. Oh! Fire's still happening. Oh! Okay, let's hold on. Oops. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Oh, okay. Okay. I made a mistake. No. I wanna... Okay. Uh-oh. How do I get out of this? It appears that I've made a mistake.
No.
Mm-hmm.
If not over.
I don't have enough movement. Okay, it's probably fine. Quick. Go.
Open up.
I don't know how to get it to stop. Oh, I can't get him to move. He's not my person. Why did you do that? Okay. Ma'am. Okay. Okay. Well, now I'm gonna die.
What if you didn't?
I can't. I am dead.
Okay.
I don't know why I went back up the fucking stairs, but I did.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get a... Look at it when you pull up a thing when you're dead. It's so funny.
Huh?
When you open the inventory menu but you're dead, you're just like a lump on the ground.
Oh my god. That's hilarious.
Move.
I thought that disarming the trap would make the trap not trap. We'll go back from the ad. Oh my god, we were both in ads at the same time. Oops.
Just a theory. Human, certainly. A god.
Oh, I'm up.
Perhaps.
Okay, run away.
Why would gnomes make such a thing?
Let's do...
No way, that's a fucking 9 right there. It's a 10 and I got a fucking 9. Like, what a joke that is.
Well, I can disarm it again. Whenever it's my turn.
The problem is that's not the trap we need to disarm. The trap is that's going off is the one that's behind the cage. It's the gargoyle statue.
Oh, interesting, because... It was the floor that set that off, which is crazy.
Yeah. Let's do this one more time. I just need a 10. Stop rolling a 9, you
I can-
idiot. Alright, so
can't-
that, now lockpick the gate. See
I
if you
can't get there. I don't have enough movement. Well,
can
I
do
could
the
dash. Hold on. Yeah. It's a good one. It's for Sophie. It's for Void.
Lady! Oh my gosh. How
Oh
are
my
you? So
gosh.
good to see you. Hope you're well. Okay. Ooh.
Oh, I don't have enough movement. I'm gonna die.
Oh no.
Okay, it's fine.
Have you been?
I
I've
probably
been good. I've been good. Life just keeps on lifing as it does, you know, but things are good. Things are good. How are you? How's work? How's hubby? How's everything?
Girl.
Girl. Yeah, can you
I
disarm
can't
that?
reach. I'm gonna have to fucking. Okay, hold on. I need to dash again.
You just get behind him and then do it on your next turn if you can.
No, I got it.
Okay.
I forgot to equip my fucking guidance, but it worked out. Got him.
Feel that happy you're doing well. Happy got to. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to bring it up. I haven't seen you in a few years. That's unfortunate. I'm so sorry. Long story, but I missed your face. Want to say hello? Well, thanks for popping in and saying hi.
Oh yeah.
What have you
Maybe
been
we
up
can
to?
exit.
What you been playing lately? We can leave turn base now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what have you been up to? What have you been playing? What have you been doing?
An aspect of the Lady of Loss. Shadowheart may appreciate its finding.
It's
A
funny that
gilded
doesn't
shift.
melt the spider
Just
webs.
pick up.
Oh yeah, let me go get my other person, my character.
The
Been working my new career, going to school both time. Super busy.
Super
Look, good thing
busy.
you're keeping busy though, you know. Yeah, can we at least wish that it wasn't messy and all that? Amicable, is that the right word?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's none of our business. You don't have to say anything.
No.
Camp.
We'll take all of these.
You guys can go.
Oh, a leopard.
Send to camp.
Oh,
Send to camp.
that's right. I forgot you can just send things to camp.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to just walk around over encumbered and stuff. Isn't that crazy?
Okay. Wow. Listen, I feel like
Wasn't
you're
expected, but it was for the best. You're happy. Okay, then that's good to hear. I'm glad that at least at the end of all things that you're like happy that with the result of everything.
Yeah.
How am I encumbered again? I just sent everything back. Gosh.
What do I have? I've got a bunch of
These
shit.
things weigh 10 a piece. No wonder.
Sent to camp. Sent to camp.
Very happy. I didn't know I needed it. I'm a different person. But listen, there we go. That's it.
Sent to camp.
Listen, you know what? The last thing I'll say about it is sometimes when you're in the moment and you're blinded by the feeling of being in this moment, it's hard to see all perspectives. So sometimes, as unfortunate as it is, and as sad as it may be, and as heartbreaking as it may be, sometimes the only way to get clarity is to no longer be involved in the situation.
Yep. So true.
And then afterwards, you could be like, holy shit, what was I doing?
I'm familiar.
I think we're all familiar, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Seems simple enough.
Where are you?
Saying chat, I'm going to play free games. Yes, please enjoy, lady. Honestly, the funny thing is I was thinking about you the other day. I was going through all my VIPs, and I know some people like get rid of their VIPs who haven't been in a couple years, but I was going through and I was cleaning some up, and I was adding some new people, and I saw you and somebody else, Sarah, and I was like, oh, I miss both of these ladies. Like, I hope they're really well. Like, I hope they're really good. Like, I'm not going to take their badge away, but just I hope they're really well. And then here you are.
And here you are.
Like a week later. I feel like that always happens. Every time I'm like, oh, I hope somebody's like doing well. I haven't seen them in a while. They just like randomly decide to just pop in a stream.
You manifested.
I manifest it, yeah. Enjoy your games. Enjoy your games. I was gonna say, I thought it was about 2 years since the last time I've seen you, but
that's crazy.
I'm glad you're well. Enjoy your games. I hope to see you again soon. Don't be shy. Don't be a stranger. Pop in and say hi. We'd love to have you.
Yay! I don't even know you, but
I didn't even know you.
Nice to meet you. Hey, listen. I've got this lever.
Oh, you have a lever? Oh wait, are you across from me? Oh, you're across from me up top?
I'm where I've been this whole time.
Yeah, okay. So I think that lever will get you here. So like it's gonna move this thing.
Yeah. It moves it across and also up.
Yeah, so I'm up on the other side.
You're up?
Yeah, like I'm can you see me? Like
Oh,
I'm
I
like
see you.
here.
Yeah. I found you.
Yeah, like I'm on the other
how do
side
I
of you.
Do that if I'm how do I do that? I mean, I guess I could just like jump to this real quick. Hold on. It's exclamation point follow age, one word. Can't get there. Watch me.
Astarion, holy shit.
Yeah?
Oh, he's over here.
Huh?
I was like, where's Astarion?
Yeah,
But he's fine.
He's
right
where
here.
I was.
Yeah.
Account age.
Give a garbage, throw out your garbage. Oh, Sag. Some of mine are like redonk. Like Wolfie, I think, is pretty up there. Nikki's pretty up there.
Oh, there's another thing over here. Okay. Crazy. Okay, I see. Hold me fast, 'cause I'm a hopeless wanderer. I will learn to love the skies I'm under.
What?
I've got a song stuck in my head. Sorry.
What?
Well, it's just a little Mumford and Sons. Don't even worry about it.
On my way.
I could have... Okay.
Traps,
Let me
please.
ungroup and I'll put Karlak onto here. I just don't know how I'll get over, though.
Hold on, let me see what mine do.
Oh, do you also have levers?
Uh-huh. I think mine
'Cause there's-
controls this one.
Mm-hmm.
So. Uppies.
do you mean can't get there? Just walk. Oh, because I didn't have Karlak selected.
Oh, it goes forward? Interesting.
Interesting.
Heal yourself. I'm completely
No,
healthy.
she's fine.
I'm completely
as fine as I am.
healthy.
Healthy.
Held together by rust and
Health.
hope.
Me too? No, I'm good. No. No concerns here. Please. No. I only died once. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Is stressing you out? Hi! Here's Karlak. Whoa.
Let's move.
Can I...
Okay.
What if I do turn-based mode? And then I do lever, jump, and turn-based mode. Yeah, buddy. I'm working on it. Hold on. Here. I will take a potion. There you go. I'm slightly less...
We'll rest. We'll rest in a second.
Okay. Then never mind.
Why? What are you trying to do? Where are you?
I was just gonna have her take a potion. I took the thing across. So there's me. I'm coming to you. Where's Astarion?
Over. He's on the lift.
What lift?
The lift.
Oh, is it the lift you've got?
Yeah.
Okay. Being a diva.
I'm a diva. I'm a diva.
I'm a diva.
I'm a diva. I'm a diva.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm here.
I mean, can't reach this. What do you mean can't reach this? Why can't I move it? Oh, because I'm...
have a lot on my mind.
Are you on you?
Yeah.
In it.
Yeah, that's what I did. A whole bunch.
Is someone there?
Mm.
There.
I will learn to love the skies I'm under.
Okay, we're all here.
Hello.
Hello.
We did it.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a little short resty?
Oh, we should probably long rest.
We're gonna long resty? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hold me fast. I can't.
Can't what?
I have this song just stuck in my head. I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I noticed.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I noticed.
Wow, okay. Hi, Ferret!
Hi, Ferret!
Hi, Ferret!
Hi, Ferret!
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
It's so cold out. How cold is it?
How
cold is it?
Girl
The
dinner.
bot being nice. I don't like that. Girl dinner. Oh, girl dinner. I love girl dinner. I wish I could have more girl dinner.
It was just like
A
wine
degree.
and bread.
Oof.
I'm a diva. I'm a diva.
So many parts of Pink GG streams are just nonstop vocal stems. What are you talking about?
No.
How dare you
what that
speak truths?
even means?
Unacceptable.
I can't believe you would spread those lies.
Vicious lies. It is a degree. It's 1 degree Fahrenheit, but it is very cold.
1 degree.
1 single degree.
Okay, guys. Whee!
What are we doing?
Whee!
Oh wait, there was a door over here.
Yeah,
Did you already do the door?
I already featherfalled, so just featherfall your feathery fall over here. Thank you. Sheesh.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. All right. Oh, is this who's man? I want to trade with this man.
I need a quick word.
This man.
Just a small one. Enough to blow the drow out. Someone should grab it.
Oh, did I fuck up?
Slaves are
Sorry.
never gonna manage with pickaxes.
Where are we? We're in the Underdark.
The Underdark.
Sergeant's our ticket in.
Oh, would you look at that cur?
The
Someone's
Underdark.
having a listen.
Oh, I've got a little. Oh, you probably will Google faster than I can
What?
get my calculator up.
What?
What do you
What?
think, cur?
What?
Should we take Nia's debt off her?
Oh, you don't know
It's
what 1 degree
minus
Fahrenheit?
17, minus 17.2 degrees Celsius. It is cold.
Okay. What do you want to say to this person?
Oh shit. Should we take Nair's debt off her?
Yeah, DJ is from Chile, so.
Why would you think I'm a true soul?
The stench. All you twat souls got one. Some of us got a nose for it.
Wind chill minus 21. Yeah.
I'd
Wind
say
makes
mine
thing
for
cold.
Does it get chilly in Chile? And then do you eat chili when you're chilly in
Split your
Chile?
head open and poke around in it if you don't pay up.
And those are all spelled differently. English.
Like this one.
I ain't parleying with more twat souls. Just want my coin. You're brave, cur.
Drop it, Britvar. You chop this one, and Nia won't pay a damn copper.
Fine.
The spring is weird.
Spill what you
How
want,
weird.
true soul, before I
How
choke on your
weird is it?
I shall trade from you. You have 5 things. Get actually fucked, sir. I'm just gonna kill you now.
The shiver returns. This time it's colder, sharper.
The stench
Sharper.
don't lie. You're one of them.
Did you call me stinky?
Ooh. What do I got for DCVs? I only have 4 plus 4. Okay.
Do that one. Because you didn't bow to the absolute. I may have gotten branded, but you didn't.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Could be
Weather app
you're
says it's
right.
snowing, but you look out the door, no snowing.
Something's
Maybe it's probably
different
just
with
where
you.
the weather station
In that
is.
case,
Because your weather
want to
app
earn some
doesn't know
gold.
the weather where you are. The weather app knows the weather at the weather station. Where's Steamkey? Rude.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Want to earn some gold? What gold? I thought you hadn't been paid yet.
ain't my gold I'm offering. It's the true souls. Thrin's after the Absolute's glory. That's why she's got those slaves digging for Nia. But we ain't need
I like Homegirl's eyeshadow on the
just
back.
coin.
Oh, she's cute.
And Nia's got plenty. Help Thryn free Nia. Then you and my chums grind him up.
Wanna buy
Whatever
some
the
death sticks?
spoils,
You don't
we'll
want to
drop
sell me
your
death
fat
sticks.
cut.
I don't want to sell you
You
death
in?
sticks.
What is
wanna
this?
Go home and
what?
reevaluate your life. I want to go home and reevaluate my life.
What?
It's a Star Wars joke, Gigi. Jeez.
Sorry.
Jeez.
In Santiago, the climate would jump from 15 to 82.
Fuck you, game.
Rude?
Half. Trucking racker.
You Scout Hall for a Star Wars troop?
skull for the
Okay,
insult.
well listen. I've seen Star Wars. I like Star Wars. It's been a minute since I watched it though.
In a minute.
Is it from like regular Star Wars or from extended Star Wars? Because I haven't seen extended Star Wars.
Now, what the fuck does extended Star Wars mean?
Is it from the real movies or is
It's
it
from episode
like
2.
Oh, do you know when the last time I saw episode 2 was? When it was in
not
the theater.
really my problem.
Listen, I haven't seen it since the theaters. What do you mean the real movies? I mean the real movies. Your Alaskan cold temps are infiltrating Iowa. It's really fucking rude. I need the cold. Ferret, I'll trade with you. It hasn't been cold enough here in Denver. That didn't explain anything? I mean the real movies.
Yeah,
Honestly,
the movie's based on real events, Wolfie. Jeez. Not the fake movies based on fake stuff.
The real movies or whatever ones you saw and liked. I just mean... Honestly, I really just mean the OG trilogy.
Thievery is not permitted here. Unfortunately for you,
Bribe or
killing
attack?
thieves is positively encouraged.
Oh
Some
shit.
guards would
you.
appreciate
Ooh.
your generosity, but
Oh,
not
and they gave her...
favored.
Okay. I picked up a single potion off the ground.
Oh my gosh. And I'm the one who's a problem?
No, this is stupid. Is
Okay,
what this
you're
is.
right. Rogue One is a fantastic movie. You're correct. I don't know about the best Star Wars movie, but it's very good.
On the way.
No choice but to keep going. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Where even are you? Are you upstairs? I don't even know where you are.
Aggroed more peeps.
I didn't do jack shit. I'm not even there.
Wait, who was this other person? Yeah, they followed you. Yes, the 3 behind you.
There's no one but I didn't talk to anybody.
I didn't talk to anybody either, but I was just fighting this girl until you came up to join, and now the 3 men that are standing behind you are aggroed.
Okay, that's
No, I'm not
my
blaming.
fault.
No, I'm not blaming you. I'm just trying to figure out where they came from.
Down here. Oh my god.
Star Wars or Star Trek? I like Star Wars better. Just dropped another letter grade? Why?
How am I missing? Okay. What's that? Potion of Featherfall. I don't want to do that.
Hi,
Here,
Ray.
Hello.
The Rizzler AZ. Rizzler Arizona. Rizzler Arizona Iced Tea. I like that people call him Rizzler instead of Rizzle Raz.
That's heckin' loud. That's the point. You made me drop my weapon.
My weapon! Because you were fighting? Listen.
We're not fighting.
We're not fighting.
We're just very impassioned. Oh no. Are you about to fight the entire camp?
I fucking hope not, because we haven't done anything that we're supposed to do yet.
I didn't do anything.
I didn't blame you for the 1000th time.
I think you did.
You're right. It's your fault. Everything's your fault. Is that what you wanted?
I knew it. I knew that's what you thought.
Yep. Yep. Everything's your fault. No, not yet, Ferret. Not yet. Just keep this isolated over here.
He already called in reinforcements.
No. It's fine. There's still only the 3 of them, so just kill the eye. We gotta get the eye. You left your weapon.
Why did you? I didn't. They made me run.
Oh no.
What is happening right now?
Lorg.
Stonemason Kith. Oh, he's a guy.
Yeah.
What's vocabulary?
Words. Words. What words mean?
His name is orange in one chat, but green in the other. Ray, you gotta fucking
consistency.
Yeah, just pick a color, bro.
Gosh, how lame. Invenium bium. Ba 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 ba.
Murder it.
Got it.
It shows you as pink.
I shot the eye. And it opened
it
up
opened
my eyes, and I shot the eye.
Oops. Shot the eye.
I shot the eye. And it
I
opened
shot
up the eye. I
eye.
shot the eye.
Now it's gotta eye you up.
Go
So
into
get
the
into the
eye
eye
where you be
are
eye. No one cares where you are eyes.
Oh my god.
Wow, I know, isn't that
Wow,
just
okay.
beautiful? It's
I feel
he's
like
saying
you're
wow
not-
because he's so just in awe.
Don't hurt me. Missed.
You guys put the don't and do it.
Wow.
That doesn't even, that's not even words, Ray.
There's
Gosh.
no don't in duet. It doesn't even make sense.
Sensa. Boom. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, fucking idiot. You fucking idiot.
You fucking what?
You fucking idiot.
Exactly. Don't do it. Wow. Wow. The lie where you
Ew, get rid of these
Does
little
the red
thingies, goopy.
So get into the line where you belong.
You ought to know.
I don't know.
Whose turn is it?
Can I?
Carlach.
It's Carlash.
I don't like the. I saw her perform live too. She played the harmonica, and it was very cool.
Ooh, hell yeah. Why didn't he die? The lie where you belong. Should go to sleep and be a responsible adult. Boring. Ow. No. Critical miss, idiot.
I fucking lit your ass up, literally, with light. Yes. Guiding bolt. All right. Yeah, we gotta rest after this because we are going to go into a fight. But let's just finish looting up here before we go back.
We are?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because
why did we get into a fight? What happened?
I stole a potion off the ground, and apparently some bitch was like, you can't have that one single potion.
I thought you bribed her.
Yeah, and then she was like, shh, bitch, I can't be bought with money anyway. So she's a dumb hoe.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh no.
I
You
made a
mimicked.
mistake. My
But
grubby
I
little
was the one
thieving
who-
hands.
I'm the one who's supposed to make mistakes, Pink. Oh my gosh, you got us mimicked.
It's like mostly fine. It's like mostly okay. I promise.
Can't reach the destination.
How did you get? First of all, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. What I did say is there's no point in breaking everything because there's not stuff in breakable containers. You can either loot them or not.
Get mocked, bitch. Can I just fucking attack? Wait, where's my axe?
You dropped it with the fight back there.
It back up.
Did you re-equip it though?
No, probably not.
That's gonna count as an action, by the way. If you re-equip it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll just shoot with my crossbow.
Crossbow.
Oh, there's multiple mimics. Oh shit. Ah! You axhole? Wow.
Ew, he just tongued me.
Ew.
Ew, he tongued Astarion.
Ew.
Disgusting.
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 That out of context? What are you talking about? That was perfectly normal thing to say.
But he did.
Oh. Okay, that's not what I meant to do.
Tongued
That's fine.
me. He sucked me off with his tongue.
Oh my gosh.
He just ate my weapon. My weapon! I think you getting tongued is appropriate for live. Yeah, exactly my point.
I'm just gonna loot this mimic. Why do I have disadvantage? Because I'm threatened? I'm gonna just try.
You're not shrimping? I'm not. My chair. I'm just kind of a little up at an angle, but I'm not.
I'm just vibing. Mm-hmm. D. Oops. Oh my god. Oh, there's a thing. What's that? A toy chest. Nobody can tongue you because you're sick? Okay. Noted.
All right. Is everyone done fucking eating me?
Is everyone done fucking?
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Where's the trap?
Disarm
I'll
it.
get
Disarm that trap.
Get that in a second.
Disarm it.
Disarm it.
Disarm it.
Disarm, not dat
Oh
arm.
my god, how many times are you gonna make the same joke?
So many times. Listen, I can make one joke, and that's the joke.
I got 3 looks, and that's it.
And that's it. Laka pika. Oh my gosh, chat's getting horny again.
What do you mean getting? They're permanently horny all the time.
You're right, my bad.
Literally all the time.
Literally.
Horn dogs.
You want some Evard's black tentacles?
Ew.
Ooh, what?
Evard's black tentacles are gross.
I don't know. Feels like you're judging Evard for his tentacles.
They're gross and black and slimy.
Wow.
I know.
Is giant in GG chat but normal in pink? It's because Ferret did a point
Gigantify
to make it giant in my chat. Is biddies.
Gigantify. Gigantify. Gigantify.
Someone being sick has never stopped consensual tonguing before. That's true, but it does have to be consensual.
Oh, cute.
And the fact that you're sick is part of it. Informed consent is important. You have the stuff for spinach artichoke dip? Are you taking a picture right now? I'm not even there.
I wasn't. I wasn't. I swear. I swear I wasn't. I swear I wasn't. I wouldn't. I would never.
Best be on my way.
Yes, check on the fur baby.
For
the fur baby. Do you think if we go to camp, they'll forget about us?
Yes.
I think that's a lie.
Oh, they've already forgotten about us. They're not that good to us anymore. We're fine.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, because you said that we were gonna have to fight everybody.
Yeah. We're not getting out of it.
Oh. Why?
Because people are racist and we are drows.
Oh, so it's not because of the thievery. It was just gonna happen anyway.
The thievery is unrelated to the fight that is going to happen.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't understand what you were trying to ask, but I don't want to, like, spoil anything. But yes, the thievery is unrelated to the fight that we are... that is unavoidable.
I thought you were saying that we were gonna fight them, like, right now because of the thievery.
No. We fought those 3 dudes because of my thievery. But...
Gotcha.
This is an... yes, this is an unavoidable fight coming up. Yeah.
Trying to seduce me? It doesn't take much. Honestly.
You just gotta give her, like, a little bit of attention.
I mean... Fair.
Where's the lie? Shadowheart wants to talk.
We were saying we were gonna, like, the dip at least requires effort. Chi-Chi hi. Okay. Listen, how you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Now chat is gonna think. Hi, Shadowfart.
All these telltale signs of dark justicias that we've been seeing. I'm having a hard time believing that.
Oh, so I saw a thing. I saw a thing today that said basically if you want to win Game of the Year, you have to hire Jennifer English. Because Elden Ring won Game of the Year, Baldur's Gate won Game of the Year, and Expedition 33 won Game of the Year. And she's the voice actress in all 3 of those.
Fantastic.
So apparently if you want to win Game of the Year, cast Jennifer English.
Hell yeah. Here's some dip and attention, but not necessarily in that order. Oh my god. Duh.
You are kind of Ray's type, though. In the fact that you are a female.
What does that mean? Okay. Oh my god. Could be nothing, all the same. Coincidence is more common than destiny.
Still, there may be more to it. I need to keep alert, in case that suspicion amounts to anything.
Alert.
You're a cute, funny female that acknowledged my existence. It's on you now. True.
Fair. My bad.
You know, us being streamers, we just flirt with everybody.
I mean, is breathing
Is female
optional?
is breathing optional.
Disgusting.
Is alive also optional.
Oh my god.
Beautiful and nerdy who loves cats.
Still, there may be more to it.
Get white and nerdy. Be white and nerdy.
White and nerdy.
White and nerdy. White and nerdy. White and nerdy.
Oh my god.
And by crack open, you mean because like they're like rigor mortis, you gotta, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right,
and also
right,
getting cracked.
right.
Oh my god.
I got your joke.
Throw some shit into this. Jess. I can't even.
Because of the implications.
Uh-huh.
Because of the implications.
Oh my god.
Of course, you know. I get it. Crack.
Ridiculous.
Yes, okay, DJ. It's like a dirty term for like
fucking
the crack between your legs, like meaning like the space in between your legs.
Space between.
And then you.
Oh yeah, I need to get equipped. There we go.
Listen, it's dirty. It's dirty, okay? It's dirty. Gonna be white and dirty. Gonna be white and dirty.
Oh my god, I can't even with all of you right now. Dave Matthews is wild in that description. Listen, I can't help it. Anytime anybody says space between, that's all that my brain goes to. Space between. Flirting, twirling hair. You have cute hair follicles and small pores. Oh my god. You live me? Oh my god. Imagine living. Yikes. 690. Nice.
Doing that? Why are you doing this?
Oh, Andy. Oh. My god.
Oh, is Andy being... Where's the red the thumb to go see when your legs get tired?
My
I use
god.
my face as a seat. Oh my.
Oh my god. That actually rhymes. Yeah, I think that was on purpose. Look, if I die, I die. That seems to be the general consensus. Thought.
If I die, I die.
If I die, let me die.
Okay. Oh.
What? We don't. What? We don't like
Whoa,
Les Mis
we
here?
don't sing in this channel.
We've never sang in this channel. Imagine singing.
I don't even know how to sing.
Gigi out here showing the pipes. Listen, now that my voice is working again, what do you want? What do you expect me not to fucking sing? Jeez. I suppose. Let him live, bring him home.
I like how DJ and Andy both were like, yeah, I'm going to Valhalla though, so.
Yeah, right? Oh my god. Pipes more impressive than Mario? Have you seen Mario's pipes though? Sheesh. I'm just emptying the inventory. Don't even worry about it. Oh, can bring me that shit. You don't need that. Only pictures? Disgusting. Why you looking? I can't even with you people right now. Okay, I'm done messing with my inventory. Actually, I want to talk to Karlak real quick.
We need to get that
my
guy
god.
unstuck, or those gnomes are done for. Come on, focus.
What's it been like to not touch anyone for such a long time? Sheesh.
Sad.
Sad. Oh, baby.
I couldn't let myself feel sad in the hells. Letting my guard down would have been a death sentence. And letting, say, a Cambion
Our
near me
collective
would
wife.
have been disastrous.
I mean,
I thought it best to just
I'm content with mine.
keep my distance.
With your wife?
Yeah, my man wife.
Your man wife?
Yeah.
Your little vampire wife?
Yeah.
Vamp wife?
My vamp wife, yeah.
Burning out of me.
He's a tramp and a vamp.
Step by step.
Tramp vamp. Vamp tramp.
Vamp. That vamp's a tramp. What's that Spice Girl song?
That girl is poison.
No, that's, first of all, that's literally not Spice Girls. But go off, queen.
Listen.
All right, it is. It's on Spice World.
The lady is a vamp. That's what it is.
I was close. That is System of a Down. You're so right. Is that another System of a Down side project? I mean, they start with S, so that makes sense. Remind you how many runs you have the mosquito? All of them. All of the runs are with Astarion. Do you think my ciders are cold now? Cold enough to be serviceable?
What? I'm dancing, sorry.
Oh, you're listening to a song. I said, do you think my ciders are cold enough to be serviceable?
When did you put them away?
I don't know. Like
no, probably like an hour.
2 hours ago? You think yes?
No, I don't
Did
think so.
I put freezer? No.
They're probably
They
not,
might be
honestly.
Cool.
Anyway, sorry, guys.
I mean, it's just cider.
Also, we should listen to this.
I'm gonna go piss girl and then get another cider.
Okay. I'm gonna listen to Spice Up Your Life.
Okay. You do that. I'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Yellow willing, sad and alone. Where you gotta go? Everything is free. Colors of the world, a boy and every girl. Slam it to the left if you haven't get up. Shake it to the right. Shake it to the front. Right. Shake it to the right. Shake it to the front. Hi, see ya. Hold tight. I haven't either. Man in Timbuktu. Me and you. And sing queen. And others in between. Colors of the world. Every boy and every girl. People of the world. Slow it to the left. Shake it to the right. Chick it to the front. La la. Shake it to the right. Chick it to the front. Hi, see, yeah, hold tight. La matter, but hip hop is harder. And polka the salsa. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Let's go. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Spice up your life. Shake it to the right. Shake it to the front. Slam it to the left. Shake it to the right. Shake it to the front. Hi, see, yeah, hold tight. Shake it to the right. Shake it to the front. Shake it to the. Hi, see,
Hold tight. Man, whatever happened to them? They were so good. They were so good. Oh my gosh, Viva forever. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna zig a zig ah. If you want my future, forget my past. If you wanna get with me, better make it fast. So don't go wasting my precious time. Get your act together, we could be just fine. What I really, really want. What you really, really want. What up, Dave? I really, really, really want a zig a zig ah. Can you play these? I am a good streamer and I have my audio separated. So this won't be on the VOD track, so I will be singing to no music if you watch this later. Sorry. We're just waiting for Gigi. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna zig a zig ah. Can you with my friends? Astarion hasn't had any new conversations in forever. Here's a story from A to Z. You wanna get with me? You better listen carefully. You got M in the place of the in your face. You got B and MC. Like, oh, is that this is the one? You're a lady. Yeah, you'll see. And wind your tail around. Slam your body down and wind your tail around. I always mess up the rap part because I always forget what their names are. It's G and E and M. Oh, she didn't do V for Victoria.
Hello?
Hello.
What's happening?
We're just jamming.
Just jamming.
We're just jamming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just jamming.
Just jamming.
Slam your body down and wind it all around. Huh?
Do-do.
Huh?
We're jamming.
Slam your body down and zig a zig ah. Okay, so he's saying...
What is all about?
Hold on. Where's my... Okay. So are we saving this Nier from suffocating or leaving him to die? I'm fine with either. Last thing I want to ruin these nails digging through the rock. Okay.
I mean, we probably should if only for the gnome's sake.
Yeah, but I think he's going to be like, I don't care.
Oh, well, that's what you care about.
That's what I care about. The Optimus Prime slut lore.
Really? Oh, saving a drow, I can understand, but...
Did that come up in the clips during my
Probably.
BRB screen?
Probably.
If you insist
Parbly.
Parbly. I need to put that in, I need to put that in my new raid video. And I think I need to put the keyboard for ants in my new video.
There's so many silly things that have happened in our streams.
No. No.
I mean, very, very serious things that have happened in our stream.
No. Not just any bikini, Wolfie. It's the the sluttiest,
sluttiest bikini.
Yeah. And it's made of bungee cords.
Yeah, the strings are bungee cords.
Yeah. Okay, is
All
everyone ready
cereal
to sleep?
stuff here. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Not even like Lucky Charms or Fruit Lips. We're talking
Fruit
fucking
Loops.
grape nuts in here.
Grape nuts.
That's how serious we are.
I mean, I kind of low-key like grape nuts with like a little bit of sugar and like some strawberries and bananas.
I don't really like cereal, honestly.
Oh my gosh.
I like Raisin Bran.
Oh my gosh.
You don't like Raisin Bran?
You like old man cereal. But
You
not
just said
cereal.
you like grape nuts.
But I like a lot of different cereals.
I don't
You just
only
said
like
you
grape
cannot-
nuts.
You cannot accuse me of not liking only
you for the
old man
follow.
cereal
Oh,
when
Andy.
you said that you like fucking grape nuts.
But I also like Cheerios, and I also like Fruity Pebbles, and I also like Lucky
Cheerios
Charms,
are
and I also
fine.
like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and like
Listen, Cheerios are fine. Rice Krispies are fine. Actually, I think Rice Krispies might be my favorite cereal.
Okay, so you like cereal then?
I don't go out of my way to... I don't keep cereal in my house. I don't eat cereal.
Okay, but you just said that you like...
I don't not like cereal.
Okay, so then you like cereal. You just
Sure,
don't
I'm
have
neutral
cereal.
on cereal.
Okay.
I am neutral on cereal. How about that?
They're fighting it? This isn't fighting.
We're having a spirited conversation. Frosted or unfrosted? Frosted or unfrosted what?
Exactly. See? Yeah, she likes
I don't like
sawdust
frosted
flavored.
flakes.
Yep, see?
What are you talking about?
Yep.
Rice Krispies are delicious.
Yep.
I don't like fruity Prebbles.
Prebbles?
Oh my God.
Fruity Prebbles?
Fruity Pebbles?
Fruity Prebbles?
Can
I
I
know
get
way more
100
foods you don't
points?
like than food. Exactly, Wolfie. And she's like, I don't hate food. Every time I'm like, oh my God, you don't like anything. She's like, no, it's not true.
That's because what am I gonna do? Mention every food that I like every time? It only is important in conversation when I don't like something.
I feel like for every time you say that you don't like a food, you have to you have to name a food you do like.
Oh my God.
You just gotta start naming foods. Fruity Prebbles. Oh, you
Since
eat
they're only
cereal.
like
Name
three
every
foods.
cereal. Leave her alone. Shush. You shush. You shush.
This
Don't
ain't a
defend
show.
her.
Go make yourself useful or get
Someone
lost.
has to. Oh shit, I'm still in camp. I didn't realize that you left.
Well,
The ads are on my
You
side.
didn't need to do anything else. I thought we were going.
I thought you were still here.
Oh, my ads just ended. Did Gigi's just started?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Wait, no, mine says I have 13 seconds left, but my chat already said the ad break ended. Chat, what are you
Oh,
doing?
weird.
You're literally lying, bot.
Literally?
You're
Literally?
literally lying. Widowy? Yeah,
Did
she
you not
wanted
like
all your
Cheerios?
cereal. Yeah, when you're
Okay.
together.
Listen. I don't not like cereal. There are cereals that I don't like. Listen. We would if she had enjoyed. I do enjoy.
Not for communal use, it seems. Best show
I mean, I
some
don't.
respect.
I didn't steal
But
it.
I
I just
only-
moved it. Is that really a thing? That's funny. Okay. Sorry, I picked up your vase and made it stand up straight.
I mean, I don't like milk.
Okay, but what do you like? See, I just told you you have to start naming something.
Oh my God, duh. I like apple juice,
There you
but
go.
like that's not.
Okay, but that's fine. For
In the
everything you say, you
context
it doesn't mean you put apple juice in your cereal. Just means that now there's something to counter it. No, not apple juice in your cereal.
I will. If I eat cereal, I put milk in it. I'm not insane. I just don't just drink milk anymore because I'm not 3 years old.
So
I do like soup. I like a lot of things. Okay? I'm not.
All right, let's go.
I love. Where are we going?
We're
What are we
going in
doing?
here. Go talk to like this dude.
These men?
I just tagged this person.
Struggling outsiders, you've got no business here.
This person right here.
See where the gnomes
Thrin ain't found a trace. Found a way past the rockfall is my guess.
Okay, I got him. I got him. I got
Okay,
him.
well you weren't facing the other. You were facing the other way, so I wanted to make sure.
I'm coming.
Oops, all soup. Yeah.
All soup. Mm-hmm.
I had milk in an Uncrustable. I think I might. I drink glasses of milk still. I like
Let's
milk.
see how the little
A lot
pricks
of people
when
do.
we
I just
strap
don't.
Fire to their legs.
Can't wait to pay these bastards back. Lick for lick. Just say the word.
So
Move, Hoon.
there's a clip
I
on
don't
my
have
channel
time for Drugnan outsiders.
of me doing this particular fight, and I was, first of all, it was super late. It was like a Friday or a Saturday night when I was streaming, and it was like super late, and I was so tired because I had been in this fight for forever. And I was playing as a wild magic sorcerer, and there's a clip of my entire party turning into cats and me just being entirely, I'm just done. Like I just put my hands down and was just like, I don't want to play anymore. Like I was so upset.
I was told to report to you. Get Cole is dead. Potato leek soup sounds delicious. I love potatoes. Leeks are fine.
Dead. Drugnan Gek.
You could
Figured I could
throw
count
people in the
on him.
lava.
Lesson
Guys,
done, well
stop.
learned. Now move. I've got no time for.
The parasite stirs.
Oop.
But it's a mere tickle. You
Bacon?
hear no thoughts or memories. Just an echo of scars that never healed.
A true soul, eh? Useless wreck of a lookout could have told me. Glad you're here to take responsibility. Tunnels collapsed. Trapped true soul near. He's stuck in there with poisoned geezers. We don't get him out soon.
Geezers.
It's both our heads.
Poisoned geezers? That's not how that word's pronounced.
Giant geezer.
Place is older than bone dust. Previous tenants left a trap.
That's me.
Dropped a shit ton of metal once we dug a ways in. Get near out, and you'll have the Absolute's blessing. No doubting that.
Near out? Out? What are you hoping to find?
Entrance to an ancient temple. General's orders, Near said. Must contain something important. He got me to recruit non-believers. But not everyone's seeing the Absolute's truth. They don't get paid soon. I'll have a riot on my hands.
A riot on my hands. Any ideas?
So
Not
the
a
joke,
one.
DJ, is that
Unless you
leek,
count
L-E-E-K,
tracking
is a
fangs
food,
to my whipping
and
cane.
L-E-A-K is like when water is leaking or dripping or not going the right way, and a plumber is somebody who fixes dripping
Fixes
or
leak.
leaking pipes.
Yeah.
So the joke is leak and leak, but they're spelled differently. That's what the joke was.
Sounds like you have. I'm not gonna tell you what I've got. I'll take care of
Thought you
it.
would. True souls don't abandon their own.
Hey.
Yeah, English isn't DJ's first language, guys, so sometimes when she wants to be included, you have to explain. Which I don't mind. I don't mind.
Yeah, we can explain.
No, I'm Ray. That's what I'm explaining. Yes, DJ's first language is not English, so sometimes she wants to be included, so we'll explain it. It doesn't mean it wasn't funny. It doesn't mean it wasn't funny.
Yeah. Get out.
My sister's in there! Myrna! Myrna, can you hear me?
Don't worry, I'll help.
Gnomes speak in soft whispers, the words all but lost in the hot air.
Thank you for saying I'm funny. Now tell me I'm pretty. You're pretty, Ray.
I'm pretty, Ray. It's even more hilarious now that it's super accurate.
We'll never get through. We need that smoke powder. Philommene's gone, and if she
smart, she won't be coming back.
Don't worry, I got smoke powder, bitch.
Beltron's still trapped with that maniac near.
Forget the smoke powder. They'd kill Phil on the spot. I won't let you do it.
You can just tell them.
Listen, I can help you. Act frightened. Yeah.
She's all right. Thank the Stern himself. But the others, they'll die in that tunnel, if not by poison, then by Nir's hand.
Mum, you have the
Why do you
powder.
think Nir's gonna murder?
My Baldur will die back there. Blow up that wall, I'm begging you.
I can explode. Ask someone else. Jesus Christ.
I know,
imagine.
Our people won't last in that cave in forever.
Yeah, but fuck you guys.
As you near the rubble, a fragmented voice clutches at your mind.
Guess I can't.
Hello?
True soul. Finally.
Sup?
You must
Sup?
clear rubble, filling poison.
How you doing?
Expedition. Passage trapped. Gnomes useless. Don't trust Mercs. Get me out.
I'm working on it.
Through Nir's eyes is a blur. You only make out a bit of rubble and few moving figures.
Figures.
Guys, still talking English though,
Jesus.
so we can all understand. Please.
Uh-oh.
Pretty please.
Oh, we only have one inspiration.
It's up to you. I don't mind if you want to use it.
Okay. Hopefully it doesn't fuck up.
Oh my god.
Well, never mind.
Okay. No, I know. I'm just saying in general before
it gets
yeah. Gets
The
too far.
harder you look, the fuzzier the images become.
That was the
Until
opposite of what you
there is
requested.
only
Listen.
grey.
I'm doing my best here.
You sense Nir's frustration, tinged with rage.
I just have bad luck, okay? Do I just...
Choking. Dig out of here.
I'm working on it.
You sense Nir's frustration, tinged with
I
rage.
sense he's
As the
frustrated.
connection fades.
Okay. Do I just throw item? Let's see.
Are you like not? Okay. There we go. I was like, make sure that they move.
What are you waiting for?
This is the we are in the Underdark, and this particular area is the Grymorge.
Do I shoot it?
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything with fire? Or do you need me to fire bolt it?
I've got a fire arrow.
I mean, I have a cantrip that doesn't cost anything.
Okay. I'm down.
Beltron, can you hear me? Beltron!
Hello?
Finally.
Because you know him is, I had to actually hear the joke, and it still went over my head.
Your incompetence has been my ruin.
Hey, this guy sucks. Shut up. Oh my god. No. Stop.
You care for the weak true soul. Most curious.
I just can't stand your face.
I've done
oh
all
my
4 of these
God.
now.
That's hilarious.
4 is very funny, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, honestly, that's my favorite. Listen, I'm sassy. Okay? I'm a little bit of a bitch. Say it, I dare you. I'm doing it.
And yet you came to my aid. A test, yes.
Yeah, saying the mean thing literally doesn't piss him off. That's what's like, it's so stupid.
It's so stupid.
Thrin, carve out her heart and serve it to the Rothe.
No.
If she indeed is a true soul, let the Absolute save her.
Fuck this man.
Hold on. Can you not make a choice quite yet? I just want to. Like,
yes.
I want to like actually get in a position here for.
You gotta sit up straight because it's almost time.
No,
it's almost fight.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, that's kind of. I just kind of want to get.
No, you're good. You're good.
No,
I'm gonna do this rogue one.
Here, and then you come over here.
Position.
Yeah.
Ready? I'm doing this rogue dialogue option.
Yes, I'm ready now.
God. I see your idiocy is surpassed only by your ego.
Correct.
Dwega, this true soul has betrayed us. Let her blood prove your devotion.
English dominated. I have little Spanish speakers. So I force myself to only speak English. I practice again. Yeah, and you do so good. You really do.
Yeah, you're doing great. Let's do... Does he have a weapon on him? Yeah, I could do flick of the wrist. Or... No, I'm just gonna stick with sand toss. Because it blinds him. And then... Stab. Oh, this is the sergeant. Never mind, it's not the man. Well, sorry.
A man derogatory?
A man? Imagine a man. Oop. Yeah, sure. Get charmed. Goodbye, Ray.
Buenos nachos.
Good nachos. Ah. Rude. Rude? Rude? Oh, this guy was all the way back there. I didn't.
Bitch.
Ow. Uh-oh. I'm currently bad.
Oh, perfect. Don't move.
So let me do a rage.
Hiya.
Oh. Hiya.
Shall we cut and run?
Well, that's probably fine. Oh, he got Largan.
Did you think I was gonna say paella?
I'm not British. I know how to pronounce words.
Shit.
Uh-oh. You're also a baddie at the moment.
Look like I need coffee or an energy drink. I think that's just what my face looks like, but maybe.
Hi, Ella. Hi, Ella. Ella. A. There's a pie, Ella.
Also, don't forget I've been having.
Ella. Huh?
I've been having my cider.
Your cider?
I'm chilling, honestly, DJ. I'm not tired or anything. I'm just kind of chilling, doing the fight. I think. Just concentrating. Carrera? Not really much to look at. She's sleeping.
Oh.
Drinking that drink. Oh.
Drinking that drink. Uh-oh.
Nope, I got back up. Because my little necklace.
Hmm. Oh, do you have a periapta?
It is my periapt. Yep.
There we go. Got you.
Okay. All right. You are still under the spell, so I can't hit you.
Under the spell.
Under the spell. Oh my gosh, Karlak almost just ran through that.
Sorry.
It's fine. Just don't let it ever happen again.
Wow, that's absolutely not gonna happen.
Extend the R with the double R. So
Drinking that drink.
Carrera.
Yes.
Perfect.
Reduced so small.
Small.
Slurping that drink. Mm-hmm. I need my 8.4% ABV, baby. This is the best chai you've ever had.
Chai.
Don't like chai.
Is that Fanta?
Is it Fanta? No, it is Imperial Mango Cider. It's alcohol. Oh. Who did I just hit?
Who is doing that to you?
I think it's the person who's up. Abuzahal, yeah. 8.4% is a bit fierce. Thanks. It looks like Fanta. It's just an orange can. It's orange because it mango.
Mango away.
Oh no.
Holy shit. Just turbo fucking focused me in Astarion. That's cool. We'll look down, so you're totally on your own.
Cool, amazing.
Well, you are against us, so that also doesn't help.
No, it does not.
Because you are the one that
actually.
hit me.
Can I... I'm gonna try... This is a terrible idea. I'm just gonna try to break concentration. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hunter's mark. Concentration.
Ugh. Well, I tried. Do I have any more bonus actions?
I don't know if they're... You only have... You just have 2 more turns of it. It's not a concentration.
Of what?
Of being coerced.
I mean, it was...
But no one's concentrating on it.
That's
you have
right.
2
It
turns
wasn't
of
the
it.
person up.
Yeah.
Because
Because I was looking and I was like, nobody's concentrating on it.
No, it was the man.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. This is bad. Stop! Stop! Uh-oh.
Yep.
Well, that didn't go well.
Yep.
Cool. Who do I bring up first? Cause I've got some shit. I bought a bunch of Revivifies.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2. I can't get to... No, I can, if I use my dash. Oh, let me get to you.
Hells, I need to hold on.
Doesn't matter. They're immediately gonna shoot me.
Well, okay.
I know. No, I know. But I know. But at least like I'll just go be downed and I won't be dead.
Yeah. Where are you going? That was an interesting turn. Okay.
Yep. Because why not? Right? Because why not?
Consider dodging. But you have to do that as an action. Ugh. Do I bring you up?
I would bring me up with a potion. So I can at least survive like 1 arrow if I get hit with an arrow. Because he doesn't have...
Throw potion next to you, right?
Just want like the white area
But
circled
there's,
around me.
there's
If
blood.
then just hit me. Then hit me. Then hit me.
Okay. Well, I can both bonus action, vicious mockery. Get fucked. Get charmed.
Okay. Just gonna shoot me. Oh my god.
God damn. Okay, I'm just this bitch. Let me just murder this bitch. Here, I don't like her.
Shoved her into the shit.
Yeah.
But then
I'm
you
just
can't
gonna
hit her.
attack. Yeah. Get charmed again.
Good night, DJ.
Good night. Good night. Ugh, invisibility.
Okay, so there's a trick you can do with invisibility. If you go move your mouse around, like you're gonna go walk around, and like how it makes the white line will push around the invisible character where she's standing.
Yeah. So she's like right here.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't do anything. Ooh, but you know what? I think
does AOE, like you don't have something you can throw. Like an alchemist fire or something.
Well,
you don't have an
I used
action.
My action.
Yeah. That's fine. Do what you're doing then.
Do I have anything that I can throw? No. That was dumb. Okay, well, I'm just gonna throw sand at this man. Get charmed again. Oh, he saved. Ow. You scared of me? Oh, missed.
How come
you suck.
Whatever. Such bullshit. Shouldn't miss anything on me, though, anytime.
Are you too far away? Nope.
Okay.
I'll take your shit. Okay.
Be careful. I don't want you to die on the last dude.
I know.
Oh, well, now I'm dead again.
Are you good?
No, I'm dead again.
Oh, God damn it.
Oh no, I'm.
Okay.
No, I have one more. This is my last one. This is my last one. So I am
Critical miss. Oh, this fuck. Ah, this man.
Do you
Okay.
have a potion?
Yeah, but I just.
I mean, Astarion's right next to you. You can always revive Astarion.
Yeah.
At least take one more person's aggro.
Throw another push.
No, he's dead.
Oh, you're right. Thank you.
You use it.
Didn't I?
No, you use it. Don't throw it.
Did I fuck up?
Did you throw both of yours?
I only had one.
I have 3 in my inventory. If you can take one out of mine.
Oh my god. Does throwing it use it?
No, it's just probably like under his body or something. You just can't get to it.
Okay. I'm just an idiot. Well, I can't now because I threw.
It says through
Fucking-
scroll or revivify. It doesn't say that the scroll broke.
Yeah, but because I use throw, I can't use it now.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just gonna attack him.
I would just
No, I
can
can't.
you heal yourself.
Yeah. I'm stupid.
No, it's okay.
Okay. Whatever. Come for me. Get charmed.
Dang.
Are you dead or are you just down?
I'm down. I'm down. Astarion is dead.
Last much longer.
So you
Okay,
can
so
either
you've got
throw something. You can throw a potion to me, or you can revive Astarion or Karlak.
Okay. I'll throw a potion to you.
I have a medium in my inventory, which will give me a little bit more health.
I also have a medium,
Okay,
so I'll
yeah.
do that. I should have a medium in my inventory. Where the fuck is it? Okay, well... Did I move it to camp? I might have. What an idiot.
Just be a little careful when you throw it. Before you throw it, just be a little careful because there is this part of the building right there. So I would try to hit like my arm or my head if you can.
Okay. Shit.
I just don't want it to hit that
Okay,
part of the
let
building.
me just like scoot.
Yeah. Because that would be so unfortunate.
It would be the most unfortunate. Oh my god. Okay. Right there.
And it still hit the building, I think. Because it's over here. That's crazy.
Well,
it's fine. It is what it is.
Cool.
It's wild.
That's fucking dumb. And I
Could
can't.
the luck
vicious
in this
property.
fucking in this run be any worse?
It's awful.
Oh,
it is awful. We're
God.
doing our best.
You've done this entire fight. Astarion and I went down early because
I
they just
know.
hard focused us with range.
And I am just charming this bitch.
Which sucks because we are really. Wow. Okay. We were really the range character though. Now he's going up. That's a bitch move right there.
Well,
you can you can get the. I'll put the revivifies in your inventory. I would get me back up instead of trying to go up to him, and I would try to make him come back down.
And I'll heal myself. Now I've got greater healing in my. What the fuck? Fine.
Is it too heavy to throw? That's weird.
Well, I threw the one that you had.
I don't know. Okay, so he's gonna
Come back
down. Yeah, and then
down.
he's gonna probably go for me because I have 1 HP. Yep. Oh!
Oh, he missed!
Lord. Oh, thank the Lord! Ah! Okay. Woo! Here we go, baby. All right, I can't hit him with anything I would normally hit him with because he will go flying. Okay.
Okay, well, I can at least come to here. Or should I get Karlak up?
The more people up, the better.
Okay.
Because it's more aggro, more people for him to aggro onto.
Take you, soldier. I need your help.
Okay. And then I'll come here so that I'm closer, and then I'll viciously mock him.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
He'll
Maybe
probably
he'll
come
come
to
after
me.
me.
Yep. Okay. That's fine. No, he's always gonna go for whoever has the lowest HP. It's just the way it's
still.
whatever.
I'm annoyed.
That's fine. But Karlak's up now too, so.
Okay. Should I bring you up or should I attack him? I mean, he's just gonna knock you back down anyway in a second.
What you could maybe attack him, and then have Karlak get me up. So, because the problem has been that he's always been before my turn, so I haven't been able to heal. So attack him, and then use Karlak maybe to get me up.
Okay. Yeah. Ow. Well, he did not get charmed. 2 critical hits! You little bitch. I can just get
If you throw, I was gonna say,
But
if you
then
throw a potion on me, your character might get it too.
Oh, that's true. Let's give it a shot.
But like, I would actually like hit me with it, and then hopefully the splash would go her too.
Yeah. Oh, we have 1 potion left.
I have 13, so we can split them.
You have 13.
Mm-hmm.
Where? I only see 2 in your inventory.
Are you looking in my bag?
Oh, they're in your bag.
Mm-hmm.
I was not actually. I'll take 3. Okay. Throw.
Potion.
And I'll hit you.
There we go.
Nice.
Okay, so now.
And now bonus action, I'm going to heal myself.
Same. Okay. Opportunity
And
attack. I'm not
over
taking the
here.
opportunity attack. Okay. Nice.
Okay. Let me do sand toss.
Nice.
Get blinded. Get attacked.
Nice.
Great. I'll just stay here. Okay, good. Well.
Okay. I'm going to... Can I knock him without knocking you is the question. I just want to knock him a little out of the way.
Wait, let me shoot him.
So I can get out of here.
Okay. I can shoot him as Karlak. I can shoot him twice. Okay.
All right. Let me get my boyfriend up. Let me give me this
Definitely was a little rough. Oh, we're back in initiative.
Oh, it's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We've got some stuff.
Okay, well, me first.
Mm-hmm.
Who are we fighting?
They're these four
men
dudes over here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll just go ahead and viciously mock you too.
Why is I'm the last person. What the fuck?
Your
I'm gonna go
dexterity's low.
down.
Go for me.
Oh, come on.
No. Okay. I'll just heal first. How hurt are you, sir? I mean, can't reach destination. He has, like, all of the health.
He's enraged too. Or enlarged, I meant.
Yeah. I'll just run over here. Yeah, come after me. Oh, there's people up there? Ow!
We should have, like, the second that ended, we should have rested, but I didn't realize.
Yeah. Sorry, Karlak.
What the fuck did I throw?
Some sort of bomb.
Okay,
Well, shit.
Is she dead? Okay, she's dead. And where?
Yeah.
You're here. Okay. Oh shit. Okay.
This is not going well.
I know.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I sacrificed my own health there, so hopefully.
We'll see what happens. Oh, what do I do?
I have one Revivify left. I would try to get Karlak up.
You want me to get Karlak? She's gonna... Everyone goes before her.
Oh, God. Well, everyone's gonna go before me, so we're gonna... I don't know.
This guy's got 32. How many does he have? He also has 32. Got advantage on this guy. What do I have? Darkness. I could do shit. Everything is bad. I could cast Fairy Fire.
Okay, do you have... I gave you some arrows. Do you have any special arrows you can use? Like, do you have any, like, of, like, the arrows of multiple targets? Do you have, like, the arrows of, like, thunder or whatever it is? The ones that can, like, push them back? Like, do you have anything?
I have the ones that push people back.
You can try that.
So maybe I could push this man back. Keep him away from you a little bit.
Okay, he's saved. Amazing. Love that.
So
That's
good.
Great and wonderful and super great.
I'll just viciously mock him. Didn't work. Cool. Well, that was a really great... Okay, good. Go to sleep, gang? Listen. Well...
We're right here. We're above. What's up, Batman?
Hey, Batman.
It's still very early.
Very unfortunate things happened. We're good.
Ripperoni. Yeah.
Ripperoni.
All right, so we should be... Yeah. Yeah, we should be right here. Yeah, okay. So unfortunately, we have to do
Thanks for the following,
conversation
Batman.
part again. But if you want to try to do the conversation differently, you're more than welcome to.
Sure.
But either way.
No worries.
It'll still end up the same way. Like.
Yeah. You're chill here? Okay.
Nice.
Wait. Where am I? Oh, here. Welcome in. Lovely to meet you.
Oh, I went the wrong way. Wait, did I?
Reloot?
Oh, somehow I literally just turned around. Okay, cool.
Hello.
Wait, I'm not there, so...
Mm-mm.
Let me...
Yeah, no, you're good. I'm just talking to the sergeant. You're going back to sleep? Okay. Have some good sleep.
Good night. Good night, Batman. Thank you for popping
Good night. Here, let me do a thing.
A little token.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Good night.
Okay, let me strategize a little better. I don't even think my strategy was wrong. I think it's just these people up here. Ooh, maybe I split up.
I'm gonna keep going with this.
And I put one of them up here. Like, what if I actually get Astarion up here?
Ooh.
All right.
And then I keep my person over here. Won't steal stuff. Stay right here. Okay.
But it's a mere tickle.
Watch your back.
This
way.
Okay. Excuse me, goodness.
Here. There we go. Nice. Okay.
Take
Astarion
responsibility.
Hidden. Me. Hidden? Also hidden. No way. Amazing. Okay. Alright, we're hidden.
Glad you're here to take responsibility.
So long on this sequence site.
Previous
hold on.
tenants left a trap. Dropped a shit ton of meth.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
We
so
already
sorry.
had-
That's me. I went to go adjust my posture and I hit the keyboard and I hit the reload button. That's totally me. I'm so sorry.
It's totally fine. No
I'm
worries. I'll
so
just
sorry.
skip
We're
through the
literally
dialogue.
right
You're
here.
so good. You're so good. It's so fun.
I
Don't
literally
even
like
worry about it.
lifted my arm to, and like as I went in this motion, I hit the F8 button.
You're so good. It's totally fine.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Worst things in the world have happened.
Oh, I mean I know, but like, ugh.
Worst things in this game have happened.
Oh wait, stop.
Surprise!
Oh, we can stay up here. Period. What do you mean? That's great.
Period.
I didn't realize we were like up here.
Uppies.
Okay, and we're both hidden.
Hell yeah. Okay. Skip. Yes. I understand.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I don't have time for drop
You're fine. I was skipping through it anyway.
The parasites.
Just like the
Yes.
the
Glad
absolute
you're
like
here to take responsibility.
exact thing that it needed to be for me to
Tunnels
move my hand,
Trapped
and it
true
hit
soul
as I
near.
was pulling my hand back.
He's stuck in there with poisoned
That's
geezers.
crazy.
We don't get him out soon. It's both our heads. Place
How do you get
older than
trapped?
bone dust. Previous tenants left a trap. Dropped a shit ton of not a one. Unless you count tacking up entrance
What are you
to
hoping
an
to
ancient
find?
temple. General's orders
Wow.
here said,
Amazing.
must contain something important.
I'll take care of it. Okay,
Thought you
bye. Don't worry, I got it.
My sister's in there.
Yes, I know. Your sister.
The gnomes speak in soft whispers. The words
Perception.
I'm just gonna quick save during this whole.
What do you mean?
No. For me, that I've already done this, fucked this up twice.
Never get through. We need that smoke powder.
But then we can't loot them, Dave. I've done that. I did that like a couple runs. I was like, I'm tired of this fight. But then they burn
I'm
out.
tired of this, Grandpa.
Stern himself. But the others.
Mum, you have the powder. My Baldur.
I got it. Yeah. Don't worry. I got it. Throw powder here. Do you have... Are you in range for a firebolt, or do you need me to use a fire?
I'm not.
I got it. Arrow of fire.
Nice.
Baldur, can you hear me? Baldur!
Hello?
Right, who's the other person that's over here that's gonna aggro? Is it just this? There's no way it was just this one lady.
Don't be a dick.
Finally.
I don't like him.
Worthless slaves. Your incompetence has been my ruin.
No. Stop.
You care for the weak, true soul.
Asterion disapproves. He didn't disapprove last time.
He probably did, and you just didn't notice.
No, I noticed Karlak approved, but I didn't see Asterion. It demands revenge. Of course, of course I care.
Absolute demands their slaughter. Yet, here you stand, in bold defiance.
Yeah, I'm a rebel, bitch.
Bitch.
The test, yes, you must be. The Absolute bade you to try Nir's faith.
Mm-hmm.
Thryn,
No. I'm just a rebel.
and serve it to the Rothe.
I like how it ends up saying the same thing, apparently, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Let the Absolute
So it's like this is unavoidable. Like, I'm not sure you can talk your way out of it.
I
Slit
see
your
your
throats.
idiocy is surpassed only. Dwagger,
Same thing.
this true soul has betrayed us. Let her blood prove your devotion.
Gross. Okay.
All right, so we are not in combat,
Okay.
which means that I can do this.
I'm just gonna... Okay.
Okay, so she's down now. She's not up here with us anymore.
I'm just gonna. You can
Okay.
absolutely talk your way out of this. Huh.
Oh, that's. I wasn't sure you can. I just didn't want to because he's a dick. Like,
Yeah.
wait, but wait, don't you fight the other people then if you don't fight him?
Do I want to set him on fire? Yeah, get set on
Okay.
fire, bitch.
Okay. Okay.
Critical hit.
I think my like evil playthrough, and I say evil because it wasn't Dark Urge, it was just evil.
Making mean choices.
Yeah. Like teamed up with him.
Just gonna scoot over here so he can't see me and turn.
I saw Wolfie. It downloaded. Facebook's not supposed to be at a party tonight. Aw. Now it's all full of people at parties. It's cool.
Me and suffer.
Yeah. Get wrecked. Stop it. Ow.
That's so far. Why are they such bitches?
It's okay, he's charmed now. Really? Drar.
So many of them are gonna like.
I like how they all go before everyone else.
I know.
Ow!
Like, this is such bull.
Y'all need to roll better initiative. Shit. Oh no. Oh no. Dang it. Well, here comes Karlak.
Mind your business, okay? Okay, well now you're no longer against us.
I'm not. I'm just dumb.
Okay. Okay. Wait a second.
I'm mad. Can I go back down the ladder? No. I'm just blocking the ladder now. Cool.
But I had Sleet Storm, but for some reason I don't have it right now.
That's weird. Should be rested, so it's not like you don't have spell slots.
Like, it's not equipped, is what I'm saying.
Mm.
But, like, neither is my...
Weird. That's weird.
Alright, well, let's see here. I'm looking through my scrolls, sorry.
No, you're good. Do what you gotta do. I don't want us all to die again.
Yeah, I'm trying to find, like, a big AoE here.
Grease!
Grease! Alright, so if I go, like, over here, I don't think they can shoot me, at least. Okay.
You can't get anywhere. She's in the way.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes, she can.
That seems like bullshit, but that's fine.
What?
What hit you? What hit you? What hit you?
Slash damage from what? I don't fucking understand. Okay.
That was dumb.
And I have
maybe
no...
it's like-
I have no actions.
As a Starian?
Yeah. But I'm not, like, frightened or surprised or anything. I'm just...
That's
I'm
weird.
confused. I'm just confused.
Well, there it goes. What did I just hurt myself?
Gertrude.
I just threw alchemist fire at myself?
through Alchemist Fire, yeah. But you did it, and you broke yourself out of Mind Mastery. So maybe just deep down inside, you were still in there, and you were like, I gotta break out of this. How can I do it?
Alright, fuck this guy. Oh, he's got his shield up.
Yeah. Do you have anything fire that you can light this grease on fire?
Oh, I can't, because
You're on fire.
I am on fire.
I am
The
excited
problem
for you.
is I don't have action.
It's fine.
No action. What can I do? What can I even do? Oh, I've got Alchemist Fire. I'll just throw Alchemist Fire. I need not enough movement. Here, I'll just throw it on him. I have not enough resources. Why did you give me the option under action? That was fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Okay, well, I'll just I can't sand toss. I'll just viciously mock you. Get mocked.
This Gigi's on fire.
This Gigi's on fire. Oh, they're just gonna come right after me. Hi, get charmed, bitch.
It's also Blanca in the Street Fighter movie, but I cannot for life me figure if that movie's gonna be good or not. I don't think I've even seen anything about it. I
know that
actually
they
low-key
were
liked
there at the Game Awards.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I low-key liked the newest Mortal Kombat movie.
Ow. Ow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's okay. If I can stay awake, I can heal you.
I am
awake, alive, whatever, you know.
Well, not dead. I am downed.
Yeah.
Stop. Okay, well, fuck this bitch.
Yeah, can you, like, shove her? Or get her out of the way?
What do you mean too heavy to throw? I'm not trying to throw. I'm trying to attack. Can I move? Okay. As a bonus action, let me just push her.
Good.
On my way.
Okay.
And then I'll... Let's see.
I mean, not enough movement. This is my bonus action, which kind of sucks that I have to use that. No, I'm not going to use that.
Don't attack him. No, I'll attack this person. Because they're prone. Okay, they're dead now. Why did... Whatever. Here, I'll come here. And I'll try to tank whatever. A certain type of country music fan? You forget he exists a lot. Womp womp.
I'm ready.
Okay. All right, Asterian.
Moving.
Also, that one. All right.
You forget people exist. I have... what's the object permanence issues? Hi, Haven! Nice to see you.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
We're no longer safe up here.
Why am I about to die?
Don't forget that I have some in my inventory that you can take as Karlach while you're down there.
Yeah. I am dead.
Yeah, I saw. Karlach is still half, though.
GG? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, stop.
Your PC just crashed again? Oh my god. Oh my god, these people suck. You're taking out the extra RAM tomorrow? Yeah, seriously.
Hi, Haven.
Don't. Don't. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay. Alright, Astarion and I are entered.
Okay, well, I can get
Him.
myself up.
Okay. Now.
Casting spells is blocked? What do you mean casting
Yeah.
spells is blocked?
Are you silenced?
I don't think so.
With haste.
Shattered? Mind struck?
Okay.
No, I can't. I just can't cast spells for some reason. Okay, well, I'm just gonna fuck this guy up. I guess.
Okay.
Fucking push him.
Ooh, I have a second action. That's kind of cool.
Oh, I should have taken a potion. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, oops. Hugs for all. Hello, hello. Shit. Gah. Yeah, that would be really frustrating, Ferret. It's so crazy that just having too many sticks of RAM causes your PC to crash. It's super silly. Uh-oh.
Okay. Whew. He's gonna come up and he's gonna hit me again. He's trying to block the stairs, but apparently he couldn't. Oof. Oof.
Nice, 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 nice.
Oh!
Nice.
Oh!
Nice. 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 So, okay. Oh, less nice.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright. Oh,
Okay.
do you have like that swing? The one like what is it lacerate? What's the one where you can go in a kind of like a semi oh.
Doesn't matter. I do.
Okay.
Bitch saved.
Not no more.
Get wrecked. Oh, I guess I just end my turn.
These boots have seen everything.
Oh wait, I'm up.
Yeah, I just
Cancel enter.
I just rested you. What you mean?
Sorry,
Why you
sorry.
mean?
Sorry.
I just saved your life.
I just saved your life. I can't attack, but I can heal. So I'm gonna steal. Where are all my heals?
This way.
Here's one. I'm just gonna take this greater healing potion.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Made you some space.
Oh, hello. Critical miss. Okay, just a little bit. Just a little hitty. Just a little hit, Saruni. Oh. Hello. Okay.
Actually, I won't be able to heal you in that corner over there.
I know. Oh, fuck. Okay. Shit.
Damn.
Fuck.
Okay.
I thought maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Ugh. This fight is stupid.
Yeah, this fight's tough.
I think the problem is that everyone went before everybody in the party. Except for Gertrude.
Okay. Running.
Never a dull moment.
Let's have some carnage.
You gonna dash? He's gonna dash up there?
Now they're gonna try to kill you because they can't get up to me.
Yeah. Goodbye. Can't control. Dead. Yes, I know.
Does the rodent's intelligence or a team of scientists teaching them to play Doom? Like the first
You
one?
can put Doom on anything. You can put Doom on a fucking loaf of bread. Kill him.
Excuse me, what do you mean path is interrupted? Okay.
Are the
so
stairs in the way?
It looks like it.
Nice.
This will do nicely.
And now he runs
And now I run away. You can't catch me.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Thud.
Very well.
Now they all have to dash up here at least.
Yeah. That helps.
Bald!
Bald!
Oh, he
Cute.
didn't slip? No way. Bitch.
Hi-ya-ya. Hi-ya-ya-ya-ya.
Hi-ya-ya-ya.
Hi-ya-ya-ya-ya.
How are they not slipping?
Because they suck.
Blessies. Oh my god, how are they not slipping?
God. All
Okay.
of them. How's this man?
Okay, well he's
Okay,
fucking
he's
dead
dead.
now. Alright. I'm gonna go around you, my love. Mwah.
Mwah.
Wait, I haven't gone. I didn't go for Astarion. What? What? Why did it skip Astarion's turn? I only did my turn.
I don't know. Did you click twice?
No. I hit space. I didn't even click.
I don't know.
I don't know either, but it's
Blood.
kind of bullshit.
Kinda bullshit.
Shit.
Don't waste a step.
Well, that guy's almost dead. That. Nice. Nice. Are you running out of spell slots?
Well, I'm out of spell slots. I'm looking for like a potion of
nice.
speed or some shit so I can get my movement. I don't think I have any more. Oh, I've got a Misty Step spell though. Let's go. You know what though? I am gonna Misty Step
down.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna try to. Hold on. Yeah.
Nice.
And then I have Channel Divinity, which should be able to res you if I can get close to the two of you. Or the two of you, like, in a maybe potential circle.
I would say that we're about... Come on. Come on. Yeah, actually, we're, like, really close to each other.
Okay.
I would say we're, like, 10 feet apart.
Dash to catch me, bitch.
Bish.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Where are you?
Come
there
on.
you are. No, I'm trying to get the camera onto you. Nice.
Let's spill some blood.
Okay.
Din 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 da da da.
Be quick.
Oh. Ah. Huh.
Chase me, chase me, chase me, chase me,
chase
me. What?
Hee hee hee.
Bitch. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch.
You. Who
Oh,
got
bitch.
you?
He was throwing shit from above.
Oh,
Thinking
that's
he's
fucking
cute.
rude.
I know. I know.
Fucking rude.
Fucking rude. Aya, how are you? Welcome in. How's your day?
We're just dying. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
This is like totally normal for this fight, though, as I'm sure everyone knows. All right.
Yeah.
Where are you? Okay, you're over there. Does this reach you? Nope. Okay, I gotta wait. Okay.
I just gotta wait for another turn.
Okay, there we go. And unless this guy survives literally everything I throw at him. There we go. Okay. All right, let me come over here.
Parasite in that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
Oh, only if you're down? Interesting.
Is it spare the dying?
No, it's preserve life. Evoke a healing energy that restores your allies.
Mm.
But it must not be when you're dead.
No dead.
No dead.
Oh, thank.
Okay.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
That took the edge off.
Oh, thanks.
Let's go.
All right.
I was
Do
gonna
what
use
it
a
is you
potion.
need to do now. Talk to people, loot, steal, do everything you need to do.
Is everyone here dead? Can I steal shit?
Please.
Yeah.
Can't be. Shh. I'm here.
Ugh. At least it didn't take us too long to get through it. Just like an hour.
No, it's all good, by the way.
Really gone.
Gah.
Good. Not right.
Gah. Oh, I'm encumbered. Hold on.
Oh, how'd that happen so quickly?
Nina and Wiki.
Okay, listen.
Did they suffer?
Oh, you know why? It's because I had moved a bunch of shit before.
Could have been
We didn't
And
save
then-
his sister because the sister is the guy that he shoves into the lava no matter what.
Yeah, as part of the
cutscene.
Yeah. Can't really do anything about that.
Mm-hmm. I know, me too. I know, it makes me sad.
Rising. It's clear
Oh.
not everything you find
Oh.
is at your disposal.
Sorry. Just kidding.
Why are they all upset about it?
I guess because it's one of them. Best behavior. Okay, listen. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm not gonna loot any of the things that I'm not supposed to loot. Damba. I didn't know who it was. Okay, listen. I'm just out here doing my best, trying to collect things. I don't know who these people are. Loot Goblin, that is me, correct. I'm glad you understand. What's with all the greed? I like loot. Okay? I don't know if you know this about me. Have you not played D&D before? I must loot everything. Loot, loot, loot. Okay. Stuff. Okay, hold on. I'm about to be encumbered again. Give me a second. Karlak, take these things. You're so strong. Part of the package. I know. I can't help it, okay? Is that a bruise? Is that a bruise there? A right proper bruise? You told someone you're a book dragon? Do I need to talk to more people? Oh, we need to loot, what's his face? We need to climb up.
At least some of us are safe. Praise Iron Hand. If only there were more blessings to count.
Sorry. Leave.
What?
Okay, bye.
Well, those
Listen, I don't
people
want to
aren't
deal with this.
cool. Okay.
Loot, 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 loot.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
Whomst? Whose voice was that? Who said that?
That's your sexy man.
Oh. Okay.
Your sexy brain man.
Your dream buddy?
Mm-hmm.
My dream man?
Mm-hmm.
The decaying corpse lies before you.
Hello. Remove its head. I am not strong.
Oh my God. Are you not gonna be able to do this?
I don't know.
Oh no.
I've got guidance.
Oh thank God.
Oh no, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Oh
we're
thank
good.
God. Oh thank God.
Listen, I'm a rogue. I am not strong.
The head breaks
Ew.
off cleanly from the drow's body.
Ew.
Mm-hmm.
That's what his face is saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's
true.
Ooh. Sword of Screams. That's kind of cool. I might be able to use that. He's got 1,000 gold? Shit.
Sheesh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay, so now I don't want Expeditious Retreat anymore.
I might take these boots. Because it gives me a Misty Step.
Jack catches your eye. A lantern, it seems. Though no light flickers
Success?
within.
Uh-huh.
Though no light.
A thick layer of dust coats the bottom of the lantern.
Lantern?
Too broken to help us through the shadows.
Little investigation. Hell yeah.
You see no burner or wick. It was not fuel that lit this lamp, but magic.
Magic? Let's see if I can be smart enough for this.
Nope.
Nope. Womp womp. Is this important enough to use inspiration on?
We can find other ways.
Okay.
To all appearances, the dust seems quite ordinary.
So ordinary. The most ordinary of dust. Oh, I picked up a honeyed ham. Nice. Okay, yeah, I want to swap out some of these items. I now have the Sword of Screams, and I think I should be able to equip the dagger now. No? Why? Let me use...
Hams in the dungeon? Hams and trolls.
Hams. Dungeon hams.
No.
No. On my way.
Nina and Wiki, did they suffer? It was over in the flesh.
Do I want...
Praise I.
Let me give these to Karlak.
And you. I can't bear to think about it.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
No. We're together. That's what it is.
Well, see, these boots match my outfit, so it's meant to be. Watching the dice roll makes you want to play Disco Elysium over again? I should play that game.
Watching me.
Oh, I'm encumbered. Here you go, Karlak. Carry all this stuff, would ya?
Send it to camp.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting that's a thing I can do. I'm stupid.
No.
Sent to camp. No. I am a dingus. Thank you.
Dangus.
Dingus. Dingus. Why can I not use dagger?
You have two-handed feet.
Feet.
Something good here.
No, but I was able to, like, at the very beginning.
What weapon? What kind of weapon are you using right now?
Just a rapier.
And if you put drag that dagger into your offhand, it won't.
Mm-mm.
What happens if you click that offhand and you do it? Does it replace it?
I just tried that. Yeah. It's crazy.
The rat quest? Yes. We solved the rat quest.
It only took forever. And several times of being arrested. It worked out fine. Okay. Oh, wait, what's this? There's a plaque. Well, I can't read it, apparently. He didn't pay anything. I did it out of the goodness of my heart. I'm not only in it for the money. Where'd you go?
To the next area.
How did you get there?
I unlocked the fast travel before when I used the lifts. Remember, I said that?
I wasn't paying attention.
I know.
The ancient
You
forge, is
never
that where
pay
we're going?
attention to me. Yeah.
I don't pay attention to anyone. I'm mean. Hello.
Hello.
More for me?
Ooh, a mask.
We should probably also rest.
Yeah.
I have 0 spell slots after that.
What do you mean? It wasn't a slog or anything. It went perfectly according to plan.
We did great.
It was perfect and nothing wrong happened at all.
We did great.
Mm-hmm.
Moving ahead.
Look at all this shit I've got in my inventory.
Do you have any more spells?
No.
Oh my gosh, organize your inventory. It's so crazy.
Bro, I just picked up a bunch of shit.
Oh my gosh, organize your inventory.
Ugh.
I'll do it myself.
Beep, beep, beep. Just put all this shit in here. Boop, boop. You did the inventory management? Couldn't be me. I've never managed an inventory a day in my life. Ooh, thunder wave. What do I have?
Ooh.
Guiding light. Poison resistance.
Managing your inventory. Managing your inventory. This frustrates me that this doesn't do this automatically.
Well,
stack your duplicates.
Oh yeah. That's annoying. Oh, okay. I gotta sell some shit. I have too much stuff. Gain bonus.
I've never understood why it does this. Why it doesn't stack your stuff. Just stack it, you know? Stack it real good.
Push it real good. Yo, 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 yo. What do we got?
Trapped, missing.
Invisibility.
Trapped. Final scribbings impossible to make out.
What do we got? I'll give you a ring. Here, have invisibility.
I know they're not technically. Oh no, actually, I lied. Let's do this. Cute.
Cute.
So like throwables go in here. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yo. Arrow of many targets. I need that for me. Thank you.
Mouse work. I need to get back. I need to play that game again. I stopped playing so I could play Beebs, so I could get Cheebs for Beebs because they added Beeb Cheebs.
I'm sorry.
You heard me.
Okay. Just checking. This goes here. Oh, let me take that out. That's not helpful for anyone. That's not useful for anyone's needs. Potions go in here. Arrows go in here. Oh, camp supplies. What are you doing in here? Get out of here.
Couldn't think of half of the stuff. Gradually return to you later. Oh, well, I'm glad eventually, like, it did form its way back into the brain.
Get everything sorted. Okay. Much better. Much better.
Much better. You're on a roll.
Cool. Are we good?
Yeah, we can sleep.
Okay.
Much better. That stupid sister flower. I know. Always be sucking me off.
Oh.
My magic.
Goodness.
Oh,
Someone...
Scratch.
Well,
Scratch wants to talk again.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, buddy. I think I'll just talk to him. Ooh. Actually, I'll drink a potion. Not that one.
I'll drink to that. What's my dice command? D20?
Where is it?
Nice roll.
Hello? 18.
18.
18.
18. Oh.
Oh.
Oh no. Aya, hold on. I gotta set Aya's fucking mod back.
Oh.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
Wait. Whoa. Yeah, no, it's just a 60 second.
I don't know.
Hold on.
Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
Okay.
Get petted. We should go, boy.
Okay, I don't like that it does that. That was one that I took from Mix It Up. That's so funny.
Well, I got an agate. Thanks.
That's crazy. All right, hold on.
Nice. So did it take her mod away?
If mods get timed out, they lose their
Oh shit.
Yeah. Where is it?
What are you after?
Wow, it's way deep in there. Okay, hold on, I found it. I want to take that off. I don't want that to be a thing. Like I don't
Oh, okay.
like I don't want people to get timed out for rolling a 1 anyway.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe
a
like...
conditional. It's a conditional within the chat message in the command.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. I found it though. All right, so this is the one timeout. Okay, so get rid of that one.
Can you have it lose like pinxel points? Because like with the D20, if you roll a 20, you get 1,000.
Yeah,
Maybe
so you
lose,
get
like,
extra
10.
points. I didn't mean I would just say. Because it said what? It said critical fail. You've accidentally cast silence on yourself. It lasts for 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously I don't want to time out mods, so hold on. I just need to do something else. Okay. Okay. All right, there we go. That won't happen again, Aya. I found it. Like I said, that was a pre-made one that like I took from Mix It Up. Like I didn't build that and I didn't make that, and that was like a conditional that was like within the command that I didn't see because I didn't make it. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay.
Dave, you got both of our 8 balls saying yes, so obviously.
No, it was funny. I know, but I don't want to have to like have like a mod have to get remodded again. You know?
That's too much work.
Oh my gosh, has anybody ever seen the clip of when Astro accidentally modded me or deleted banned me in his chat, and then he was panicking and he was saying, "Pink, how do I fix this? How do I undo this? How do I fix this?" And I'm like, you banned me. I can't tell you how to fix it. You have to figure it out.
Buddy.
Okay, we slept, right? We did. Okay. All right, let's go.
I was just
sorry.
No, you're good. No
Panic. I
apologies
panic mode there.
necessary. Chilling.
I know. I like saw like Aya get everything get deleted, and I was like, what the fuck? And then it was like timed out for 60 seconds. But then I panicked because I went to go re-mod her, and it was like, you can't mod a person who's banned in this channel. And I was like, no.
Oh,
she is not banned. But no, you had to untime her out.
Gotcha. That's crazy.
Okay.
That shit's crazy.
We exploring.
I'll take that.
There's somebody mad at us over here. Oh. And immediately I just go right towards the people who are mad at us.
Oh, okay. Yep. If a mod rolled a 1, I'd have to look at it. But it would have to be a conditional within the conditional. Like it would have to be like time them out unless this is this is a mod. I mean, it doesn't need to time them out anyway.
I don't understand why timing somebody out deletes all of their chat messages anyway, like as a Twitch thing.
I don't understand why timing out a mod deletes their mod.
Yeah.
I guess like because they're like mods shouldn't be getting timed out in channels because they're supposed to be moderating them, I guess.
Right.
You're a programmer. It is kind of programming a little. Why you've been calling me that lately? That's funny. I don't mind it. That's actually one of the lesser annoying nicknames I think that I've gotten.
Programmer? Or Pinku?
Pinku. Told us yesterday to call you that. What? When did I say that? Yesterday, what did I play? Yesterday I played
Water Park.
Water Park. Mods should be busy modding and not playing games. Yeah, silly little chat games.
Oop. Just a bit.
Because someone pointed out that pink in Japanese is pinku. Fish.
Fish.
Capybara.
Capybara. Capybara.
Silly little games for silly little geese. And there are silly little geese games.
Uh-oh. Ow.
They be goosin', they be gossin', they be honkin'. You know, the usual.
Honk.
Honk. Oh!
Honk!
Oh! Oh!
What just happened?
I yeeted him.
Oop.
I mean, it's fine, but there's like, whatever, the 20 gold that I could have.
Is fine.
But it's free on Epic? Yeah, I will grab it. Listen, I'm gonna tell you guys, I've played it off stream. It's very fun, but yeah, do not pay money for that. Do not give her money. But if it's free, it's very fucking fun. It is very fun, I will not lie. Tell me what houses you guys start in. Actually, what is everyone's Hogwarts house if you've done the
I
testing?
picked it up for free and I will not be playing it on stream.
No, no, I played it off stream. It was a lot of fun though. It's like realistically, like it's not a Harry Potter game. It's a Hogwarts game. Like there's like next to zero mention of Harry Potter.
Right.
So like you could almost like in your brain be like, this isn't
Just time to press ahead.
This isn't. But yeah, no, she's not getting money from it, and that's why I'm saying I also got it for free, and I also didn't pay money for it. And I will tell you, for a free game, it's a lot of fucking fun. Where is he?
He's behind this wall.
Oh, I missed both. Amazing. Cool.
I am a Hufflepuff.
Very familiar names. Yeah, so I'm saying like it's like so loosely disconnected to Harry Potter. Ravenclaw's your house? Yeah, but she still got money from it. How did she get money from it? Gigi a Hufflepuff? I'm so shocked. I'm a Hufflepuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not from us getting it for free? Yeah. Yeah, but see, she's already made, like, the money that she's getting from the game being free on Epic, like, she's already made that money. She's getting just, like, the developer money from that. She's not getting, like, the fucking royalties money from
Sale
that.
money.
Yeah. See, like, my mom refuses to watch Wicked because she doesn't like Ariana Grande. She's like, I don't want her to get a penny. And I was like, you know what's really funny? She already fucking got paid for that. Like, she already got her paycheck for Wicked, so it doesn't matter whether you watch it or not. Like, she already got her paycheck. Like, royalties are one thing, yeah, but like, she made her millions. It's done. It's over. People are so funny. I don't want her to get my money. Well, guess what? She already did. That's what it is. Okay, first of all, my mom is very, very, very Republican, and she thinks that that's very anti-American because of the whole "I hate Americans" comment afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, she was like 20 years old. She was hanging out with like her, you know, not good influence friends. Like, she's like in her 30s now.
Mm-hmm.
She probably has a percentage deal based on how well the movie does. Right, but I'm not talking about the sequel that just came out. I'm talking about, like, my mom and her boyfriend use Plex. If you know anything about Plex, ain't nothing on there is fucking being paid for. So, like, she ain't getting any money from you watching Wicked on Plex. If you want to watch it, watch it. She's not getting money from that.
Yeah, everyone does stupid shit. I don't even know what this incident is.
She licked a donut, like, in a donut shop that was like on shelf
for people to buy. And then she said something about like, I hate Americans or whatever because the donut shop was like, you know, sugar American fat children.
Okay. I don't know.
It's stupid. The whole thing is dumb.
Yeah.
Like the fact she did it was dumb. The fact people still want to whine about it is dumb.
What if I touch this?
Seems to be stuck.
You
What
seem
if
to be
we touch
stuck.
those?
That mold should fit perfectly.
Oh, I need to put something in there.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have a thing to put in there?
I collected a bunch of them. So we would just have to decide which one. But, okay, but we can't use that right this second anyway.
Okay.
At least that
Touch
that
things.
part.
Touch all the
That part we can't use right now.
Oh! What are we even supposed to be doing here? Hold on.
This is a forge.
Yeah. Crucible. Insert item. Do I have anything that goes in here? We could put his head in here and smash it. What goes? What?
Now I'm just nervous about you putting something in there that's not actually supposed to go in there. So I was like, let me just see.
Oh no!
When you're like, let me put his
I'm
head
not
in here
worried
and
about
smash
that.
it, I was like, oops.
I'm not worried about that. Oh, these molds, right?
Let me run to camp. I have a couple at camp. Hold on.
Yeah, I think I have.
I think
some
there's
too.
5 total. I think.
I've got a bunch in my storage at camp because I didn't know what they were for because they're not marked as a quest item.
2 that I see. Let me just sort my inventory real quick. Nope, I have 3.
In your inventory?
Astarian's inventory, I have 3.
Oh.
So there might be 1, possibly 2 more.
Yeah, they're in my crate in camp.
Yeah, so I got mine. Oh, you took them, okay. Go. Touch the butt.
I'm gonna touch the butt. What goes in the crucible?
That
I'm just
might
looking at
might not have
everything.
been highlighted as a quest item either.
Ugh.
But
Well, here's the
does it
scroll.
help if it tells you hide completed? Okay, so where we are will tell you what you need.
Yeah, it's the adamantine forge, which means that I would need adamantine,
Yes.
but I don't have anything.
You didn't pick up any?
Let me. I don't think so. Let me go back to camp.
Okay, I think you did because I thought that I heard the person say, "Oh, I wonder what to do with this." So you may have and not realized it, but I think there's some over here. There is
I
some
have
over here.
malachite,
Okay.
saucer bloom.
Subtle steps.
I don't see anything. Well, I don't actually know what it looks like.
It's like a silver and blue stone chunk. The crucible. Wasn't Winona in that?
Oh, Arthur Miller. I have adamantine slag.
Yeah.
Is that what I want?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Need to find a way forward.
Gonna sit on your hands? Movie theater already popped microwave as a ranking of popcorn. I understand that.
What? What? Are you having a problem with something that I'm doing, Wolfie?
Probably something that I'm doing. I'm the one that makes bad choices. Insert. Invalid combination.
Just the one. You can't say more.
Did you make bad choices? I've never made a bad choice in my life. Scale mail mold, splint mold, scimitar mold.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. I see.
Are we fighting right now?
Yeah.
Mace, scale
I
mail.
see what's going on.
No, okay, so that's not right. So the slag is not useful. Oh, I leveled up. Oh, I'm fighting now. Hello.
It's like a stranger. Sure, that's exactly what he's talking about.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Alexa,
I'm not even here. Okay. What is happening right now?
I've never had these guys be like in my business like that.
It's because I'm here causing trouble. Ew. Stereon's on fire. Stereon's on fire.
It's trying to snow, but it's a strain.
Okay, well,
That's
one
not
is
why.
dead.
Hold on. Were you worried that Gigi was gonna start the forge fight while I was trying to do this? Just say yes or no.
Can I attack him?
Kind of.
Critical miss. Well, that's bullshit. Oh, you're dead?
Yeah. I got kind of
fucked a little bit.
Yeah. Just kind of knocked back in all the corners possible. Alright. We should get me back up, and then
Let's not use. We've got so much money.
And that's what I know. We should get me back up. And I was gonna say not use a thing, but we should go over here and get this mithril that we need.
The whermst?
This stone right here. This is what we need to use.
Okay.
What's this?
My so many runes.
Warm. My so many runes.
Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Oh, I was also That's on me. I also told you technically the wrong name.
Mind if I do?
It's mithril, not adamantine. So I don't know if that changes anything.
I don't think I had any mithril.
That just took me a little bit to remember that, apparently. Alright, I'm gonna go to camp and resurrect myself from withers.
Okay. So many runes.
Oh, we can level? So we're gonna, what 7? Nice.
Yeah. Nice.
Nice.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally? Then thou must return. This is the
Agnes.
price. Well,
Agnes.
Ignis.
I strike thy name from
They don't have their own special made-up alloy? I mean, it's mithril.
It's technically made up.
Mm-hmm.
And adamantine. Oh, why am I so tired?
Don't waste a step.
Do you want to do level ups, potentially rest if we don't get all of our shit back?
Yeah. What do I want to do? Rogue level 7. What'd I get? Ooh, evasion. Thank you very much.
So, cleric level 3.
Accept.
So,
I'm amazing. I ain't getting those dexterity saving throw AoEs. Class features. Feral instinct. Better initiative, can't be surprised. Thank you. Tough. Gained a pass. I don't really care about jump. Ooh. I need to remember about the rage bonuses.
no,
Excuse
do I
me.
want... So level 3 cleric, I can get spiritual weapon and I can get prayer of healing. But
Hell
then
yeah.
level 5 wizard, I can get sleet storm and I can get fireball.
Ooh, fireball.
Oh no.
Fireball!
Okay.
Oh, do I want to change to eagle? Yeah. Dash as a bonus action would be useful.
This and this. Then...
Thanks for sitting through the ad. Yeah, it didn't heal us.
Okay.
That's just cinnamon, you alcoholics. Fun fact, I don't like cinnamon, but I do shots of fireball.
Do.
Do. I did say tend to. You don't mess with fireball?
I know. It's so good.
It's been a minute. Maybe I might not do shots of fireball anymore because I am 36 years old. But
No.
last time I did shots, which was forever ago, it was fireball. Maybe it's because the grossness of the cinnamon outweighed the grossness of the alcohol. That's not a reason to not do fireball shots.
Hi, Huey.
Hello.
Do I also give Astarion Misty Step?
Bronco Alienware commercial? I am not familiar. Was it an ad that you were forced to see? Misty Step is so damn useful. It really is. To not do shots of gross flavored alcohol? Okay, well, listen. I didn't come here for you to judge me, Dave. I just got Misty Step for myself, didn't I? Via Ring.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll try that. I love Misty Step. I fuck so hard with Misty Step. It's so good. He's so good.
Cantrips.
It's so bloody useful.
Bloody useful.
It's so bloody useful.
It's so bloody useful. Imagine not having Misty Step.
Misty Step.
Schnapps. I'm not a schnapps fan. But it's a commercial for Intel. Interesting. I wonder if it's because, like, the computers in a Ford Bronco and the Alienware. I don't fucking know. Who knows? It was probably written by AI. It doesn't matter. Which is why it doesn't make sense. Am I drinking it now? Am I drinking what now? No, I'm drinking Excelsior Imperial Mango Cider. It's got a giraffe on it.
It's got a giraffe on it.
It's got a giraffe on it. On it. That's delightful. Because it's an Imperial, it's got a lot of alcohol content in it.
What are you buying? What are you selling?
What you buying? What you
What are you
selling?
buying? What are you selling?
Drinking a peach sake jello shot in a can? Interesting.
Peach sake? Excuse me?
Oh my god, I can't. Just accept
Yeah, but you say Reese's Pieces, you bitch.
I misread it. I was looking at the schnapps above. It's fine. I said the wrong word. Duh.
No, I said sake. Like, I'm being silly because it's sake.
Oh, I figured you were being silly. I didn't say shit about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know I'm a giraffe, mate. Yeah. Are we gonna have a fight about Reese's Pieces again?
Yes, because it's not a thing.
I beg to differ. Did you take the mold out of my chest?
Nope. Out of your chest? I can't go in your chest.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Oh. Well then.
Oh, well then. But I did give
Reese's-
Karlak the mithril.
What's inside?
Renus's penises.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, that fucking Moria quote.
Where are you? Home? When did you go back home?
When I said I was going home?
Fucking stupid. Listen, I'm just out here doing my best. Is fucking Wimdy?
From Kim Wimdy.
Is that a penis joke here? In this stream?
What's Feasties? Baby mice. Aww.
We've never made a penis
So
joke.
you can only make one.
Mm-hmm.
Or like as many as the mithril, which we didn't find the other one. So you have to pick which mold you want to use. So what are you or Karlak gonna use?
It's blocked. Oh, was it because I put one in here? Oh, I was standing on it. Okay, hold on. What y'all making? I don't know. Oh, I'm encumbered? How the fuck am I encumbered? I was just
those molds weigh 10 pounds.
Oh. And because I didn't clear my inventory.
Also that.
It's fine. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What you making? I don't know. A mace, a splint. I'm not sure what that is.
Splint mold is splint
Scimitar.
armor. Heavy armor.
Longest sword. Probably do a longest sword. Unless, do you want a scimitar? Because I can't do a scimitar.
I have the Light of Lathander on Astarion, and I have my ice staff for me.
Maybe a mace for Karlak?
Sure.
Yeah. Come on, let's go. Okay. Never hurts to have a blunt weapon handy. Yeah. You can't stab rock walls down? Watch me. Oh. Is it in here? Something's still missing. What do you mean? Lava. Lava valve. Oh, it gave me a cutscene, so I probably did it right. That seems safe. It seems really, really safe. Here we go. It's very safe. Extremely safe. Hello? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Me and Astarion up on the cliff.
Oh, no. Are you not even down here?
Oh, I'm gonna attack from up here. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. This ain't my first rodeo.
Your your first rodeo drive?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, let me just move to here. This is probably fine. A threat assessment? Okay. Oh, hi. Oh, did you Misty step to me? He's not gonna hit me. Oh good, he didn't hit me.
Can you move Karlak? Like...
Yes.
Thank you.
Threat assessment?
That's what I wanted.
Let's do... a rage. That wasn't an eagle sound, that was a hawk sound, but that's fine. Cleave? No. Let's do... Can you bleed? Let's find out. Great. I'll just run back here. It's totally fine. This is fine. Hawk sound effects exposed. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. Don't hurt me. I'm just a baby. Okay, well that was stupid. I just walked through the fucking lava. What can I do for the bonus action? I can... But I could shove it. Do you think that would go well? Probably not.
Probably.
Hi, Cormac! Oh, we'll go reckless. Oh, okay. I don't know if I want to run. Do you need me to move? I'll get an attack of opportunity.
No, I don't need you to move.
Okay. Go out in the woods, yell your full name, maybe at a mushroom circle. That seems like a really, really good idea. You should do that. Oh.
Damn it. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. You still might do it.
Opportunity.
Oh, he's not moving. Okay. Interesting. Do this without aggroing the fight? That was the question.
Why was there an interleave talk about spells and shots that you heard while being half asleep? Because she was talking about Fireball, the spell, and then there's Fireball, the alcohol. That's it.
Damn,
Are you gonna do something that
I was
requires me?
I was trying to turn the lava back on. Because
you want to turn the lava back on?
Yes, because he needs to stay in this superheated state.
Okay, I can go to the valve. Do you want me to do that?
Yes. Okay. Nope, you're safe if you. Okay, perfect. Okay. So then.
That was that. Let me. Maybe I'll do this flick of the wrist. Nope. Maybe I'll do vicious mockery. He's not. He can't do. Nope. He can't do psychic damage.
He's a construct.
Here, have some. Oh, he's too far away. Well, I could
he's a
do.
golem, not a construct. Excuse me.
I could. Bonus action. I could flourish. I could drink a potion. I don't really need to drink a potion though. I'm fine for now. But I could Misty Step, but this feels early to do that, so I'm not gonna. Hiya! Hiya! Oh shit, I just realized how many hit points this man has. Ah! Ah! The floor is lava, it sure is. And with a flick of the wrist. He's immune to fire damage. Oh.
Why won't he come over here?
He's decided that Karlach is his new bestie.
Yeah, but it's ruining everything.
I could just do... Well, just a psychic.
Look at the risk. This grenade does mega damage. It's
Mega
super
damage.
effective.
What else could I do? Weakening strike. Let's just attack him. Why didn't that hit him? Why didn't that do anything? Interesting. Immune to slashing damage.
That's probably why.
Okay. Oh, push him. Nope. You should examine it. That's silly. Sure. I kind of can't do anything. I did damage on it before, though.
Okay. I know what the trick is, so I'm trying to.
I know you're fine.
No. I'm telling my chat that I'm trying to like kind of get her there without doing it for her.
I don't remember what I did that did damage to it.
Do you happen to remember when we started the fight why I asked you to keep the lava on?
Because you need it to be superheated?
Correct. So we need to get him back into the lava so we can get him back into superheated. So we need to draw him into the lava.
Gotcha. How?
I've been trying to get him to walk over to me. That's why I've been trying to wait to be the last person so he's targeting me. But he's not walking over to me for some fucking reason. Which I don't understand. That's why I've been waiting for you two to do your action. So, go ahead and do yours.
I can't do jack shit, though.
Okay. Let me see if I can get him to walk over here.
Yeah, because everything I have is just piercing or slashing.
Okay, so now he's supposed to come to me.
To headbutts only.
Okay, this is what I wanted.
Gotcha.
No.
Oop.
Boom, bitch!
Oop.
That's what I've been trying to do. Okay.
Yeah, I still can't do anything to him. Yeah, because if I like shoot him, it just does it here.
Well, you can shoot. You can shoot this.
Oh.
And make the forge slam again. But he's not superheated. He's not superheated right now. So don't do it until he's
Okay.
superheated again.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just end. Where did all these men come from?
They spawned because he a bitch.
Oh.
Okay, so we need to get him to go in the lava again.
Gotcha. I guess I'll just... If I shoot him, then he'll come after me. So I'll just end my turn. So he comes after me. Because that'll put him in the lava.
He's not targeting you. You're not highlighted.
Why?
I don't know. Try hitting him again.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Black.
Okay. Astarion's turn.
He's just up there.
Yeah, but that's how I was able to do this.
I just think it's funny that he's just chilling.
He's doing his best. Oh my gosh, the way that the camera cut out, it like erased the floor underneath my feet, and I thought he was jumping.
You thought he was... Oh my
god.
god.
Oh my god, my heart. The camera like spun around and the floor just disappeared. Huh. I'm not... my thing's not metal, so like... Well, I might go down here.
You're...
Okay.
Should.
That's fine. Okay, so he's back on you. Alright, and then we need to get him back towards the center again, so maybe I can get Astarion. Or, no, maybe I should throw a health potion on me from up here.
So because he's superheated...
Nice.
Now, okay, so now it's just resistance instead of... Ooh, bludgeoning vulnerability.
Bludgeoning.
Bludgeoning. Vulnerability. All I've got is slashing.
Alright, all these guys are gonna knock me down again, probably. Yeah, you need to get him back in the center again. Yeah, nice.
But I also need me to not be here.
I mean, we can always res you if you get smushed. I've seen people, what I've seen people do is I've seen people stand on it, put a potion on the ground, not throw it, just like put it on the ground. So when it smashes, it'll break that and res you.
Oh, interesting. I might just...
No, do what you want. Do what you want. But we need to get it. Yeah, we need to get him over here.
Yeah.
Where
Look at the lava.
Do you... Oh, yeah, you're on you now. Okay. I was like, your character needs to get some movement over here. I would bring both of you over... Yeah. I was like, I'd bring both of you over here.
Hmm. That's probably smart. Oh, he's gonna attack me. Okay. Why did I not jump?
Just in the lava, it's fine.
Just fucking standing here like a dingus?
Can you go over here? Do you, like, how much movement do you have left?
Oh, I'm going through the lava, apparently.
Okay.
Cool. Amazing.
I was going to say to go over here so you could have the lever ready, but that's all good too. I can have Astarion do it, hopefully. Yeah, I'm down. I'm gonna down for sure. Yep.
Uh-oh. Cool, amazing.
Okay, so he's here. Okay, this might work. Because he's going to come over. Yep, and then he'll stop right in front. Oh, maybe he won't because he's quaking. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. We got this. Watch out.
Oh. I was gonna see if I could scoot back.
Okay, because watch this. Oh, wrong. Wrong button. Hi, Fudge.
Get mocked. He has 1 hit point left.
I know.
Poor Karlak turned to jam.
She must have been like barely touching it.
Yeah. Oh.
It's okay.
Oh, are you dead?
Yeah, I
Oh,
burned.
no.
I burned. It's okay. It's okay.
Grym. Ooh, Grimskull helm.
Time to see what's new horrors waiting for us.
I'm encumbered. I can't imagine why.
How'd that happen? I wonder.
I don't even know.
Don't forget to take your mace out of here too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that bludgeoning damage would have been really useful.
But we did it.
Yeah.
Did you get the achievement for killing with the hammer?
I have no idea. It does.
Oh no,
6
it's without
damage.
using the. Okay, it's without using. So you'll have to do it on your next one.
He's okay. Oh no, I'm encumbered. Oh no. Imagine.
I think I got mine. Oops, that's not what to do. Yeah, that must have been my first playthrough. Maybe that was my second playthrough.
Did you rest? Why do you not have any hit points?
Because I was dead.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me just flood this place with lava. Just kidding.
I mean, you could, but...
Let's just get us all murdered. How do we get back? Is it this? Platform control. Wee! Wee!
Did ya? We did it.
We did it. We're having a nap with a really warm blankie. Just a little bit. What you say?
What?
Ready to burst. Oh no. Hello? Oh no. Okay. It's probably fine.
Why the hell's a lava elemental? No wonder the lake's so volatile.
Harlek. Where is he? There he is.
Why
Oh.
did you go into the lava to jump? Why?
Oh, no.
I'm so fucking pissed off right now. I almost don't even want to res her for that. I literally didn't tell her to go over there to fucking do that. That's so dumb. She's gonna stand over here too. That's the worst part.
Another fight.
Come over here. Get out of the fire, idiot. You can't be trusted, so now you have to go over there.
They're viciously mocked. Ah.
Death's cold grip.
Scooch over here.
Lord, I'm about to buzz.
Oh, Lord! Guess you did. I made him scared. Ah. What did he do? Get wrecked. I mock him again. You're stupid.
My path is interrupted. Why? From my friends?
Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Let me cancel.
No. I moved. I'm here.
No.
No.
No. You can't. You're frightened. You can't move closer to me. That's bullshit.
Nothing will stand.
Give fuck.
Gosh, he has so many hit points. My precious.
My precious. Oh no 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 no! Don't
No,
do that.
No,
you
no.
Fucking
Karlach, come on.
Ready
to bust.
Is clicking
hey,
poorly. Oh,
Hey,
sir.
Hey.
Can I? No. Mock him first. And not get advantage. Because he's stupid. Oh. Think.
Oktoberfest over here. Is he getting? He's getting health back.
Probably from being in the lava.
disturbance.
Yeah, probably from being in
when
the lava.
starting a turn in lava. Okay, well, unfortunate.
Oh yeah, he's all the way back to normal. Shit. Molten flow.
Yeah, we gotta get him. We gotta get him up here on the land.
Yeah, he's on land right now.
Because I just pushed him there. Yeah. No, he still has magmatic regeneration. Well, maybe he still has it, but he's not getting the effects of it right now.
Yeah, because he's not. Oh no, maybe his butt is in the magma. I don't really have. Oh, he looks really cool when I examine him.
Oh, yeah, all goopy.
Goop. I don't think I have anything that pushes him back. I'll do this branding smite. It didn't do anything extra. Cool. Amazing. A shove. Just kidding.
Okay, well, he didn't get it that time, so that's good.
Yeah.
Keep pushing him back. There we go.
Nice. I think I've got an ice arrow. Yeah. Get fucked. Nice. Karlach is inspired because the floor is lava.
No longer, sorry.
Not inspired any longer?
It's not lava anymore.
Oh, yeah. But it was fun when the floor was lava.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna have to luck picky. Do the lucky picky.
Loco picker. Difficulty 20. Hell yeah. Success.
What's in there?
Sentient amulet. Ooh, that's fun. Gold ring, and a scroll of polymorph. Take it.
The amulet is heavy, but holds a subtle warmth, like it was left under the sun. Suddenly, the metal surges with heat. You feel great power and an overwhelming urge to laugh.
Can thou enjoy?
Wisdom. No. I'm not gonna laugh. I have no joy in my heart. Don't you try to artificially add joy. You having a giggle, mate? No, I'm not.
Fades. A quiet power spreads from
I will not be
hand
having
to
a giggle,
head
a
and
right
down
giggle.
to your feet.
hast done well. For what is a laugh if not one step toward madness?
That's the spirit.
Return me, take me home, and thou shalt glow
Country
with
roads to the place I belong.
to thy granddaughter, Shira Clarwen, serves
Clarwen.
Tashida. She waits in Worm's Crossing. Take me there, and thou shalt bathe in her
Gross.
golden gifts.
Gross.
She's gonna pee on him.
Gross. I don't want it.
Oh, so she has to pee on the amulet to bring him back. I understand.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I understand now.
Broke my body, but my spirit they could not. Well, not completely.
He's taking the piss.
Hee hee. Oh my god.
Thou shalt return me home. It is written.
Thou art on one, indubitably.
Indubitably. I will examine. All right. Tell me everything about this fucking amulet.
Etched on its face is an image of the dawning sun.
The dawning sun.
Oh, wow, cool. Helpful.
A religion check. Oh. Okay.
No, I'm rolling again. Fuck it.
Oh, okay, sure.
Oh, okay. Oh my god.
You recognize the symbol. It belongs to those sworn to Lathander, god of dawn.
I mean, at least it was better this
We have
time.
Lathander's light.
Whatever madness
Hell
the
yeah.
mean
spirit
anything?
suffers was inflicted
I don't know,
by
probably not.
Lathander's enemies, followers of Shah.
Shah.
And this madness
Shah.
will flow into
Shaw! Shaw! What's this bitch's deal? Tell me. Shaw!
Beneath the rampant joy, you sense the monk's fear and sincerity.
Parrot, you need a sub again so that you can use your sub sound.
Shaw! Mean he won't.
Shaw! But effort. You know what? That's so fair. Discard. I will take you to your granddaughter at Worm's Crossing, I guess?
I shall walk with thee. I shall grant you my power.
All your bits have gone into silly noises. That's so fair.
You
Shaw!
feel the struggle coming on, but it soon fades.
Honk! Okay, bye. I stewed it. How do we get out of here?
I'm trying to see if it's worth it to come over here. There's a couple skeleton bodies we can loot. And I don't know if something else will, like, come into, like something else will load in when we get closer, you know? I can't get over there. Okay, interesting. Alright. Alright, we just leave.
Okay.
Leave.
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 Leave. Oh.
Okie dokie. Let's look at the map real quick. Travel the moonrise through the shit, and then where is the other quest marker taking us? Is there only just the one? Nuh-uh, there's two.
No, there's travel to the Underdark and then return to the Myconoid Sovereign with the head.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. All right, so let's go do Hedge. We can just travel though to the Myconoid colony.
Okay. I see where it is in the map.
There's the list on the side.
Yeah, like that's
Oh,
what
okay,
I meant.
okay.
Not the, yeah, not the map, but the. It's next to the map.
Yeah, the list. It's up top. It's up top.
I was just following you.
I know.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. That's right. We have to talk to the big mushrooms.
Oh, did you talk to this girl?
What girl?
I think. Do I have an antidote? Do you have an antidote?
Maybe.
I do. I don't know if that does it for her. Let me see if an antidote does it for this lady.
Well,
she's Dwagar poisoning.
Oh no.
Don't.
Her condition is familiar. Poison, derived from a wild weed common to the Underdark. She'll need an antidote soon.
Yeah.
Most likely held by the poisoner.
Not the antidote. Are you seeing if she's got anything to loot?
No.
Mostly junk. But her
No,
boots
that's
catch your eye.
silly.
Those boots are.
Eyes to yourself. Ugh.
Take the boots. Who are you,
Just
me?
take the boots off her feet, like.
Yeah, while she's still alive, and then heal her.
Don't even heal her, just leave.
I'll just
Like,
take
thanks.
these.
You won't be
Bye.
needing these.
Is I needed it. Why are you helping me? You're a drow.
Don't be racist.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
No. Now I know. I thank you for your help, but I gotta get moving.
Yoink.
Girls' garters. Oh, I don't have time for this.
Oh, I'm
My
very
king
tired all of a
need
sudden.
me.
Oh, hold on. We're almost done. Just turn this in.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Maybe not, but you are. I need you to rescue my kin.
By the way,
We're Iron
already did that.
Best artificers in Baldur's Gate.
Mm-hmm.
We were on an expedition down here when the Dwagar snatched us up. I got
Hey,
away
we
to
did
meet
it.
the others. The
Don't
Gryms
worry,
have been
we
digging
got
out
you,
some
boo.
old ruin across the lake.
All right.
Thank you. Only wish I could go with you.
Guess what? We did it.
Thanks for the boots.
I nabbed these boots from the Greys when I ran. I'll feel better knowing you're using them to kick some Dwagar ass.
Oh yeah.
I'll mark
Thanks.
where I
Those
made
are
my
really
escape
helpful in our
and,
quest.
Wait here, I suppose.
No,
Nice
you do not
choice,
need a
eh?
mod to play multiplayer.
Nope. Blue boo.
I'm coming along. You did. Then
Yeah,
I
we
knew
just
you were
needed the
one to
multiplayer for Elden Ring.
Thank you.
The
No, it's
mod
just built. It's just built right in.
I'm almost
Yeah.
sorry
But
to hear it.
because we did need the mod to play multiplayer for
No,
Elden Ring.
right.
but
That's
we
what I'm saying.
needed-
In Baldur's
There's
Gate,
plenty
multiplayer
I
is
know,
just built in.
but
Yeah.
I know, but I'm
You're a
yeah.
fine star.
Yeah. How long till you're fit to move? Oh, boots of speed. I think I'm gonna give those to a Starion.
Make him speedy.
Speech.
Peacebringer,
Yeah.
be at home.
I brought you the head. Yep.
The drow sought to shatter our circle. Now his flesh may feed its growth. In dealing death, you have brought this circle
In dealing
life,
death.
and thus we name you Life Chanter.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I have a new name.
Dancing.
They're doing a little dance. It makes sense for mushrooms to dance like this.
As our circle grows, so shall your song. Wherever you go, only listen, and you may hear it.
Yay.
I'm dancing. Like a mushroom. What'd I get? Envoy's amulet. Voice of the circle. What does that mean? What's voice of the circle? This necklace is amazing. What do I have right now? Guidance? Ooh. I kind of need that. But what is it? Press
Go back
T?
and talk to those people, I guess.
Oh. Grants an ally a +2 bonus on persuasion checks. Oh. That's cool. Maybe... Maybe I'll have Karlak wear it? Talked your way out of so much shit or into shit? Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I've got a scroll for you.
Doesn't healing the spores give you... Yeah. We have this rapport spores. Affected creatures can communicate telepathically with one another. So it's just... Now we can speak to these people. So I guess we're high now.
We're so high. And there's haste spores, so we move a little bit faster.
Yeah, a little faster, yep.
Okay, so we did that.
Mm-hmm.
The deep gnomes are free. We should speak to them.
Yeah, so we just have to run back to the forge place real quick and talk to them. Yeah, because apparently you didn't talk to this girl before we got here, which is whatever.
I talked to... Okay.
But apparently she didn't have her quest active. It's fine. I don't know how.
That bitch.
I know. But I also have been just trying to
know.
let you do stuff. I could have probably spoken her too.
That's
It's
probably
fine. It's fine. Alright, so let's run over there. We'll go talk to her. Underdark. We'll go to the actual forge and then we'll just hop around.
I went to the wrong one.
Oh, that's fine.
There you go. Oops, do we need to talk to this
go
bit?
like over here.
Yeah. I just need to find it on the map. Vibrating on a higher plane, that's what she said. Hey, yo.
Oh, I don't have any spell slots. I can't. Alright, hold on. Do I have... Let me look at my things. Let's see. I've got fly.
What if we go...
Fly give everybody? Or is it just me? No, it's just me.
You should be able to... Oh, it's at higher levels that you can cast it on multiple people.
Mm-hmm.
What if we go over here? No.
Come back over. Maybe let's check Featherfall. Let's see.
Wait, maybe
No, it's
this
not.
way?
Won't work. If the lift was over, we could do it. The lift will go here. But I don't think we can reach this lift here. How far into this game is this section? Hold on, let me mute so I can say. This is the end of Act 1.
Secrets.
So the area that's after this starts Act 2.
Secrets.
Space. Alright, I mean the only other thing we can do is we can go to this one and just walk our way back, which is not that far, but annoying.
Wait, where's
the other Grymforge? It's really not that far, but
But it's inconvenient. Did you go up or down?
just go straight towards the quest marker.
Yeah.
So south.
Did they suffer?
It was over in a flash. They're at peace. Beldron! I was so worried. Did Near hurt
I
you?
was so worried.
No, I'm all right. Did the sergeant hurt you? Oh, who cares? We're together now, thank Iron Hand.
Oh.
We ought to thank someone a little closer by, I think.
Me!
And Iron Hand you may not be, but you damn well fight like him. I'm grateful, don't mistake me, but why help us?
I don't know what you're talking about. I died in that fight. Are you always suspicious of those who save you? Or thankful that she's the one who said, yeah, we'll do that.
Glittering gods. I should have known that one was too damn stubborn to die.
Oh, typo.
Here. The Iron Hand gnomes honor their debts. With Walbrin gone, that falls to me.
Oh, what
Look at
happened
this
to
gold.
Wolbrin?
Who's Wolbrin?
The leader of our expedition. He was sent off to Moonrise Towers. We
Okay,
were
I
just
get it. We
slave
need to
hands
go to
the
Moonrise
cult, but
Towers.
Not Walbrin. He knows things. Things they want to know too.
Do you play through it differently each time, or do you keep your plan? When I played, I purposefully made different choices each playthrough. This playthrough, I'm letting Gigi choose because it's her first playthrough, so she's.
I'm making all
she's
the
making
bad
all the
choices.
choices. Moonrise.
I'm making all the silly choices.
But yes, when I was playing personally myself, I was trying to make different choices, other than before somebody wants to be a smartass. Other than romancing Astarion, I didn't romance anybody other than Astarion. I only romanced Astarion. But in terms of the story and in terms of gameplay and in terms of choices, in terms of other things like that, I purposefully. Oh, I'm on Karlach's head. That's funny. I purposefully made different choices. Yes.
Gigi's freestyling. Sure am. Let's persuade. Oh. Voice of the circle.
Persuade. Let's go.
Guy dance.
Guy dancing.
As long as I don't roll a 1, I'm good.
Can't believe you said that. Oh my god. There's no way she rolled a 20 on that.
You know I like to tempt fate sometimes.
You'll call me mad, but fine. Walbrin's found the formula for rune powder.
Oh, imagine that.
The explosive of Gaerdal Ironhand's own creation. Fistfuls, wiping out armies. All those old stories. Only Walbrin couldn't leave the stories be, so he went and bloody found it. A small
And
supply
bloody found
tucked away
it.
down here with a manuscript. He just made sense of the formula when the cult jumped us, so he burned the damn thing. If there's a single copy left, it's sitting in his head. Those absolutists pull it out and make rune powder, they could flatten the whole of the Sword Coast.
That would be bad.
That would not be good. That's true.
Then we have to free him first.
You really would, wouldn't you? But not us. My people can barely stand, and we have business back in the
Well, I
city.
wasn't asking you to.
That business is what sent us after the powder to begin with. Now, we'll have to make other arrangements.
If my path takes me to Moonrise, imagine my path taking me to Moonrise. Let me about freak myself.
He'd admire your resolve and your optimism.
Sure.
My people will find somewhere to regroup across the lake. Then, onto the
Regroup.
city. If you find yourself in Baldur's Gate, seek us out.
We'll raise a glass to Walbran together.
Pardon. Okay, so I think now we are caught up. Let me just look through personal. It's caught up. Okay, so okay. We are all caught up now.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh man.
Perfect timing. So then next week we go to the Shadow Curse lands. We head towards Moonrise. So we have two choices on where we want to do that. We can go through the Underdark, or we can go through the Mountain Pass.
I don't know the difference between them.
Or do you want to know the difference, or do you just want to pick one?
Yeah.
One is just going to lead us to a place with NPCs and stuff, and one is a little bit of a further trip away and is a little bit more difficult, but I personally enjoy the story a little bit better from that side. But you could pick whatever one you want. Took you forever. I kind of cheated because I knew that the forge would work.
I knew more. I want to do more stuff.
Okay. We can do whatever one you want. I don't think anybody needs to talk. Let me just see. Hello, boy.
For the two of us.
No, nothing. Nothing.
Gross.
Did you say gross?
What are you thinking about?
No, it was mostly a visceral reaction to anyone calling anyone beautiful.
Well, you don't need to be spying on me and my boyfriend talking, you weirdo.
I didn't mean to. It's not my fault that it shows me your conversations, okay?
You want to know something very funny? So there's a meme going around. It has since been fixed, but when this game first came out, Shadowheart used to disapprove of having sex with Astarion, so you would literally do your sex scene with Astarion and it'd be like, Shadowheart disapproves. Like, implying that she's, like, looking, like, in the woods somewhere.
Oh my God,
but they've patched it since then. They fixed it since then. Basically, she's frowning upon you, like, becoming in a relationship with a vampire. But it's just so funny because, like, the timing was always, like, the sex scenes. It would be, like... So there's a meme of Shadowheart with binoculars, and she's looking, and she puts the binoculars down, and she goes, disgusting. And then she puts the binoculars back up.
Amazing. She's Morrigan. Shadowheart disapproves. Oh. Lurking just out of sight.
I know.
Blushing.
Disgusting. I disapprove of this.
Imagine. Will this...
Where would you start?
It's still the same. It's still the same. Ah! No.
Which one are you gonna do?
You started. Listen. I'm not mean to anyone.
Now you have two many options.
And then some. God, we better find a way to cool me off soon. I'm not sure how much more of this I can take.
Throw water at her. Grin an ice bucket. I think I need to dunk myself in an ice bucket.
Oh
Sheesh.
my gosh. Everyone disliked that, lol.
Huh?
I have a redeem. Everyone disliked that from Fallout.
Oh.
Hi, Rabbit. Control. I know. I got that for free forever ago.
I think I got that. My brother gave that to me for PS4 and then also on Steam because he forgot that he already gave it to me.
That's funny. All right.
Also, Stray. Oh my God, Stray is so good.
And we did our pick before we started, so. Although,
look at us
the Forge would kind of be a cool pick, but that's cool. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
We can go to the Forge if you want to take a pick real quick.
Have you checked out? Yes, I played Expedition 33, and I quit literally. I'm not joking when I say I quit the second to last fight because it was too hard.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about it.
I'm not saying any more than that.
I know I'm not saying anything about it.
And I refuse to turn the difficulty down. That was the other thing. Is everyone's like, you can turn the difficulty down. I'm like, this is the second to last fight. I'm not fucking turning the difficulty down now.
It's still on my wish list. I'm waiting for it to go on bigger sale or for somebody to give it to me for Christmas. I'm putting that out in the universe for my brother.
Do you want to raid out and then take our picks?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Yeah. Stray is really fucking good, short but good. I mean, it's like 6 hours short.
Stray? It's longer than 6 hours. It took me like...
Maybe
I had like
10.
5 streams.
Really? Didn't take me. I played it,
But
I think.
I also explored everything.
So did I, but it didn't take me very long.
Pinxel's playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Wow.
I have buddy.
Holy shit, I was gonna say let's raid Victoria, but she has 700 viewers. She's good.
Shit. I have a cat. Cat. I'm cool with not rating.
Yeah, I was hoping to find somebody. I feel like this happens every Saturday. Like there's just nobody. We need to like meet people on Saturday nights to raid into.
It's hard.
It's hard, I
to
know.
Find new people.
Especially to double raid into because you're bringing 2 communities in.
Right.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks, friends.
Your breath is stinky.
Stinky breath.
Oh, you totally did. It's 11. You had your night meal.
Oh.
You had your 11 o'clock dinner, and you have stinky breath.
Yes, be well, friends. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate you all being here.
Sorry.
Yes. So
Yeah.
sorry it was 2 weeks since a bestie stream, but yeah.
I think it was actually 3. It's been 3 weeks.
Why? It was
We
the
missed
one.
two streams.
Right.
Because there
so
was Thanksgiving, and then I was sick.
Right. Okay, so technicalities, it's been 3 weeks, but I meant like it's been 2. Like there was 2 missed streams in between.
Yes.
Yeah.
Both of those were my fault. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. Good stream. Thanks, Nikki. Thanks for being here, guys. Most likely water park sim for me tomorrow. I may have a key or 2 that I have to get through, but I'm gonna double check tonight. Peace all. Good night, guys.
Yeah. I'll see you guys on Monday. I'm not sure what I'm gonna play on Monday, but it'll be something. It might be Ghost. We'll see how work goes to see if it's gonna be Ghost or if I'm gonna need to cache cleaner to clear my brain. If you don't, you're scared of ghosts. Well, then don't be in a place that's haunted. Ghostbusters.
All right, guys. Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Goodbye. 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 Oh.